and connecting Australia to the regional and global internet governance forums. So our meta-narrative for the event this year is building bridges. And under the theme of building bridges, we have four sub-themes, which include trust, inclusion, environment, and health. So you'll notice that most of our sessions will cover one or more of those sub-themes, and I'm really excited to have our keynote speakers also tying into our broader theme for the event as well. So what's on for today? We have another jam-packed program with 8 excellent sessions. So grab a copy of this screen if you'd like an overview. Otherwise, the program is available on our website. I'm not going to go through in too much detail because you can go and check out the program on the website as well. But essentially, we have a keynote. We have a session on trusted digital platforms. We have a fireside chat on the role of consumers in building digital platforms. So lots of digital platforms related content. We have a panel discussion on blockchain domains, which is absolutely fascinating to me. So I'll definitely be interested in that. We have a session on protecting at-risk voices online, which explores some of the eSafety Commissioner's research on at-risk communities. We have a session on will technology really save the planet, which is going to be taking place during our lunch break. And our last sessions for the day include best practice for content and safety in adult content distribution and mass surveillance and democracy, covering the identify and disrupt bill. I think that's a typo. So I'd like to extend a huge thanks to our sponsors. All of the sponsors pictured here on this slide for their support for making this event possible. We are mainly volunteers, and their financial and in-kind support really makes this event happen every single year. So huge thanks to our sponsors for their support for this event. And last but not least, I'd love to thank all of our volunteers who do help to make this event possible every year. Thanks to everyone who is listed on this slide. They are all working tirelessly behind the scenes to make this event happen, both yesterday and today and throughout the year. So without further ado, I'd love to introduce our first keynote speaker for the day, for day 2 of NetThing, who is Johanna Weaver, the director at the Tech Policy Design Centre at the Australian National University. Johanna is an associate professor and director at the Australian National University, which reimagines how to use governance as a tool to shape technology. Johanna is a former Australian diplomat and reformed commercial litigator who completed her term as Australia's independent expert and lead cyber negotiator at the United Nations in June this year. Before this, she led the Cyber Affairs branch at the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, working closely with Australia's inaugural Ambassador for Cyber Affairs. Johanna is also a member of the International Committee of the Red Cross, Global Advisory Board on Digital Threats During Conflict, and a regular guest lecturer at the Australian National Security College. So without further ado, I'd love to hand over to Johanna if she is online. Take it away. Thank you so much. I can see.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't see that I was recording. Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's lovely to be here. Bronwyn, I've got a screen to share. So are you able to pull your screen down? Brilliant. Thank you. So congratulations to the organisers of the event today. I am delighted to be here, and I think it's an incredible testament to you all that you've pulled together NetThing in such complicated circumstances. So congratulations. I particularly also wanted to thank Bronwyn, who does such a good job of thanking everyone else, but to thank Bronwyn for all of the work that you do in your role as chair. I'd like to use this session to introduce briefly the Tech Policy Design Centre, but what I wanted to do more importantly was look at the history of attitudes towards regulation over the last, and particularly the big shifts that we've had in the last 5 years. I want to also set out an agenda for how we're going to work together to mature the tech policy ecosystem in Australia. And this is something that we can't do without the cooperation of everyone who's here today in the virtual room. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak to you today. We'll speak very briefly about what the Tech Policy Design Centre is. But as I said, the focus of what I wanted to do is really focus more in about why we need to have something like the Tech Policy Design Centre in Australia. So for those of you who don't know me, I recently left government to establish the Tech Policy Design Centre. And I did this because I was really witnessing in the work that I was doing, in the engagement both domestically but also internationally, the reality that many of our existing policy structures are struggling to keep pace with the rate of innovation. And it occurred to me that we really need to disrupt the way that tech policy is designed and implemented, or to put it another way, to mature the tech policy ecosystem. So the mission of the Tech Policy Design Centre is to develop fit-for-purpose tech policy frameworks that shape technology for the long-term benefit of humanity. Now, this is a very laudable goal, but what does it actually mean in practice? Really what we're looking to do is develop policy frameworks that are actually designed fit for purpose, that reward innovation, drive economic growth, strengthen democracy, enhance national security, and really importantly, to shape an environment online and off in which individuals and communities can thrive. And the reality is that many of the existing policy structures that I was talking about just before, they often do one or two of these things to the detriment of another. And the objective of the Tech Policy Design Centre is to say, well, actually, if we do this properly, there is no reason that, as some of the comments were saying, regulation can't be awesome, that regulation can't actually achieve all of these things. But to do that, we do need to develop a more mature ecosystem to be able to force multiply and use all of the expertise that we have from industry, from government, from civil society and academia. We need in Australia, but elsewhere, to foster a much more mature public debate about what governance, regulation, legislation in this space can do and what it should do. And we also need to foster a more mature understanding that is fed by world-leading research and data to drive data-based evidence. Now, many of you who read a newspaper today will, it's self-evident as to why we need to have and mature the tech policy ecosystem. But anyone who's been involved in this policy space for more than a couple of years, as many here today have, knows how extraordinary it is to establish an institution whose goal it is to reimagine how governance shapes technology. And that's because until recently as 5 years ago, the prevailing view was that government could not, but also should not regulate in cyberspace. Now, that view was perhaps most famously articulated by John Perry Barlow of the Grateful Dead, but also in his 1996 Declaration of Independence for Cyberspace. And I'm going to use excerpts of that declaration today to talk about and to highlight how things have changed since 1996 and how, because of those changes, we need an institution like the Tech Policy Design Centre. So I'm going to let the great man himself introduce to you the Declaration of Independence for Cyberspace.
A Declaration of the Independence of Cyberspace, as written by John Perry Barlow at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, on February 8th, 1996. Governments of the industrial world, you weary giants of flesh and steel, I come from cyberspace, the new home of mind. On behalf of the future, I ask you of the past to leave us alone. You are not welcome among us. You have no sovereignty where we gather.
So Barlow, writing in 1996, he talks about governments, the weary giants of flesh and steel, which in today's COP26 discussions, I think is particularly apt. And he says that governments are not welcome in cyberspace. And this, of course, is one of the most famous articulations of the cyber libertarian views, that cyberspace is going to herald a new era of liberty and equality, that governments weren't needed, that they have no place in this new world. Now, whilst it's known for being such an eloquent articulation, it's not as well known, but certainly not surprising, that this declaration was written in response to some of the first attempts by government to regulate cyberspace. And in particular, it was written It was written in response to the Telecommunication Reform Act in the US. Now, this act was sweeping reforms of the telecommunications sector, but it also included provisions looking to ban and criminalise the transmission of indecent materials to minors on the internet. It was linked to the Communications Decency Act. And later, in the Declaration of the Independence for Cyberspace, Barlow explains why he and many others objected to the intervention by government for what many of us would think would be a reasonable reason for government to intervene. Why was it that they were objecting to this intervention by government? And again, I'll let him explain this in his own words. And just a reminder that he's reading this in 2016, but he wrote it in February 1996.
In the United States, you have today created a law, the Telecommunications Reform Act, which repudiates your own Constitution and insults the dreams of Jefferson, Washington, Mill, Madison, de Tocqueville, and Brandeis. These dreams must now be born anew in us. You are terrified of your own children, since they are natives in a world where you will always be immigrants. Because you fear them, you entrust your bureaucracies with the parental responsibilities you are too cowardly to confront yourselves. In our world, all the sentiments and expressions of humanity, from the debasing to the angelic, are parts of a seamless whole, the global conversation of bits. We cannot separate the air that chokes from the air upon which wings beat.
Fabulous work from the Auslan interpreter there to get all of those names out. Well done. So Barlow, writing in 1996, equates the attempts to regulate online content with restrictions of freedom, and in particular, freedom of speech. And so began the focus that largely continues today, in my view, to our detriment, the focus of a conversation or linking conversations about regulation in cyberspace purely to issues of content. When, of course, we know that regulation can have much broader positive impacts around issues like competition, innovation, and opportunity. But for the purposes of today's conversation, it's interesting to remember that the Supreme Court agreed with Barlow on this, and the US Supreme Court held that these provisions were invalid, and they invalidated the provisions around indecency and patently offensive speech. Interestingly, another element of the Decency Act, Section 230, which shields internet platforms from liability from material generated by their users, was not struck out. And that remains very topical, particularly in Australia at the moment, with some of the draft legislation that has recently been introduced, but also because of the decision of the Australian High Court in the Voller case. But I digress a little. It is interesting to look at these specific areas of regulation. But the point of my presentation today is not to discuss the merits of specific areas where Australia has or other countries have sought to regulate cyberspace, but rather to focus and to emphasise that despite the lyricism of the Declaration of Independence for Cyberspace and Barlow's dulcet tones, governments are regulating cyberspace. And this next slide that I have is a small snapshot of just some of the ways that the Australian government, or some of the headlines in the last 2 weeks about the way that Australia is engaging to regulate in this space. So we have the Social Media Basic Expectations and Defamation Act, the Online Privacy Exposure Draft, the Restricted Access Systems in the last 2 weeks. But we also have the ongoing inquiries from the ACCC and critical infrastructure legislation, just to mention a few. So what does Barlow, writing in 1996, have to say about these attempts by government to regulate?
In China, Germany, France, Russia, Singapore, Italy, and the United States, you are trying to ward off the virus of liberty by erecting guard posts at the frontiers of cyberspace. These may keep out the contagion for a small time, but they will not work in a world that will soon be blanketed with bit-bearing media.
And of course, he was writing this back in 1996, but many of the countries, in fact, all of the countries that he lists, China, Germany, France, Russia, Singapore, Italy, and the United States, have moved particular different types of regulation in the last few months. So it's certainly not just Australia that's moving to regulate in this space. So what is happening? Is it that we have these weary giants of flesh and steel that are overstepping the mark? Are they, in a futile manner, attempting to erect guard posts at the frontiers of cyberspace? Are these attempts futile, or did Barlow get it wrong? And I think actually it's a little bit of both. But most incisively, I think that the premise of Barlow's declaration no longer holds. So Barlow grounded his declaration in a number of assumptions. And in my view, these assumptions are no longer valid for us today. I'll let Barlow tell us those assumptions.
I declare the global social space we are building to be naturally independent of the tyrannies you seek to impose on us. You have no moral right to rule us, nor do you possess any methods of enforcement we have true reason to fear. Governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. You have neither solicited nor received ours.
So what is it that has changed? And as some of the chats, which I'm sort of looking at the corner of my eye, noted, this is 25 years ago that Barlow was writing. And I think this is really at the crux of the issue. So in 1996, the physical world and cyberspace were largely independent. Now I would say that they are interdependent. He talks about governments having no moral right to intervene. Today, I think, and there's many double negatives here, I think that the governments have no moral right not to intervene. And we'll come to that again in a minute. He makes the point that we lack a means of enforcement that give people reason to fear. And actually on this point, I think it is largely at an individual level still a valid point. But when it comes to regulating corporations, we have many different examples now of where regulation has been enforced and is enforced. But most significantly, he talks about the consent of the governed, that it has been neither solicited nor received. And I think today, the consent of the governed has been both solicited and received. So a Guardian Essential poll in March found strong support, for example, for regulating social media companies. 76% of people were in favour of forcing companies to remove misinformation and disinformation. 76% were in favour of forcing them to disclose the information that they hold on users. And 79% were in favour of them preventing them from selling personal information to other companies. So the world as we know it has changed dramatically since 1996. The cyber libertarians were imagining a world of decentralized power. And in fact, today, the world we have is a heavy concentration of power in the hands of tech companies and also increased dependence on technology. But even if you aren't convinced on the philosophical merits of engaging in regulation in this field, from a pragmatic perspective, the reality is governments are engaging whether we like it or not. Lots of countries are active in this space, but Australia is particularly forward-leaning. And the reality is not all of our policies that we're implementing are good policies. Not all of Australia's tech regulation is meeting the objective for which it has been implemented. And when it does achieve the specific objective, it often impinges on one of those other areas we were talking about earlier. So it may, for example, achieve a security objective, but it creates an inhibition around, for example, innovation. It's vitally important that Australia gets this right for our future. It's also important for Australia to recognise our role as a leader. We don't want to be known as the country that exports bad tech policy. And the reality is many countries in our region and around the world are watching us and they are following our lead. So what do we do about it? Well, this comes back to the mission of the Tech Policy Design Centre. We're here to develop frameworks that are fit for purpose, that allow us to create frameworks that drive innovation and economic growth, that strengthen democracy and national security, whilst also allowing individuals and communities to thrive. I think this mission is compatible with the sentiment of the Declaration of Independence, with the ambitions of industry, and with the social contract that we have with government. But we can only do this if we work to mature the tech policy ecosystem as a discipline. That we design, we enhance, create tech policy as a standalone discipline in the same way, for example, that national security policy is. And then we need to embed considerations of tech policy into every aspect of Australian public policy in the same way that technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives. We're going to do that by bringing together all of the different expertise from ANU, from the experts on law and regulation, the School of Cybernetics, the national security experts, the public policy experts. But importantly, we're also going to cooperate with all of you. What in particular that makes the Design Centre different is that we have as our objective to mature the tech policy ecosystem. We recognise policy and governance as a tool to positively shape technology, and we champion regulation, good regulation, as a competitive advantage. We want to identify the challenges, of course, but we're not just here to admire the problem. We also want to co-design solutions with industry, government, civil society, and academia. We also specialise in the Indo-Pacific, and this is really important. This is our strength in terms of the diversity that we bring to the table. So the Tech Policy Design Centre at ANU is a startup, whether it's fires, hailstorms, pandemics, or the current state of government funding. We are looking for partners and also for sponsors for the work that we do. I truly believe that along with climate change, getting our tech policy settings right is some of the most consequential issues of our times. We are not here just to admire the problem. We're here to work with you to help develop solutions. So please do get in touch and get involved. And thank you again for having me today. Congratulations to the organisers for such an excellent event.
Thank you so much, Johanna. That was a really enlightening keynote presentation and extremely topical considering a lot of the current state of cyberspace and international relations today. I'd like to hand over to Sandy, who's going to be introducing our next session. Just waiting.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And I'll get a thumbs up that people can hear me. And I've come on a bit early, so good morning, everybody. And thanks, Johanna, for a really provocative start to the day. Just a quick announcement. We've got a slight technical difficulty with our Auslan interpreter. We're sorting through it, and it seems that for audience members, when we share PowerPoint presentations, it's causing some difficulty, so do stand by. If you would like to have access to an Auslan interpreter, I'll get you to post into chat that would be good for you, and we may upgrade you to a panelist because we've discovered that panelists can actually see the Auslan interpreter. So thanks for standing by for those that are in need of that service. Can I share screen? So can I take over the screen there? So Joanna, I might just get you to take your screen away. Thank you. And just share my screen. And the next session we have is we've got a great session. Sorry, apologies. I'm having some screen share difficulties. I think you can just look at me for the moment. What's coming up next is Keith Besgrove and a roadmap to trusted digital platforms. We've got 3 fantastic panelists. It's great to see Teresa Back, who's CEO and co-founder of ACCAN, Holly Raish, long-term internet governance specialist who chairs the Internet Policy Committee, and of course Morag Bond joining us from the Digital Platforms branch at the ACCC. We have a long-standing member of the internet governance community in Keith Besgrove, and Keith will be moderating the session this morning. Good morning, Keith, and I'll hand over to you. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Sandy. It's great to be back here again. I'm just checking. Yes, I do. I do have all my panelists. That's excellent. Those of you who were part of NetThing last year may recall that I chaired a session which also looked at digital platforms. That session very much focused on what was going on with new regulations and the reactions and implications for industry. This year, we've got a somewhat different focus. We're looking specifically at the issue of trust and how to build a roadmap of trust with digital platforms, specifically from the perspective of consumers. So a somewhat different angle, but still very much following on from the things that we were talking about last year. We have 3 speakers. I'll introduce them as each of them comes on. Our first is Morag Bond. Morag has a very responsible role in the ACCC. She shares the role of General Manager of the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission's Digital Platforms branch and co-led the Digital Platforms Inquiry. So it's wonderful to have Morag here today. She's going to bring us up to date on what's been happening with the ACCC and its inquiry. So Morag, I'll hand over to you.
Great, thank you very much, Keith, and also thank you very much to the organisers. It was a fantastic, fascinating presentation from Johanna just before, and it looks like a great conference. I am going to share a screen. I just have one screen, so just give me 1 minute and I will aim to do that. Great. Can you share that? Can everyone see that screen? Can I just check?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you very much, Keith. So I want to say I want to speak mainly about the key work that the ACCC has been doing over the past year. I understand those who attended last year would have heard from Delia Rickett, the ACCC's Deputy Chair. And I want to sort of give an update really on some of the recommendations that were made in the ACCC's 2019 report. Those recommendations, and there were 23 of them, many of them were supported by the government, and they've sort of gone along different paths, and different agencies have been responsible for either further consideration or implementation. What I've done on this slide here, and this is the only slide that I will be using, is I've set out on the left-hand side some of those key recommendations from that 2019 report, listed those out. And then on the right-hand side, I have set out sort of some of the updates from 2021. There's 7 or 8 recommendations which I've highlighted, obviously not the full 23, otherwise we would be here all day. And I will just concentrate on recommendation 3, change to search and browser defaults, which is a choice which leads to our choice screen report. Recommendation 4, the ACCC's ongoing scrutiny of digital platforms, and recommendation 5, which is our ad tech inquiry. And at the end, I do just want to say a few words how this ties into the issue of trust, given that that is the key theme for this session. So first of all, just quickly, recommendation 3. In that DPI report, we recommended that there should be a change to, there should be the introduction of a choice screen on your Android device. This sounds like a very specific issue, but we considered it a very important issue given the role that online search and that Google provides in the economy. It is effectively, for many users, the gateway to the internet. So we made this recommendation back in 2019, and we thought it was important to both increase consumer choice, but also to break down some of those barriers to entry, which rival search engines have, and entering this key critical market. The European Commission, in the European Union, they've had a choice screen for Android devices for about a year and a half. And this was implemented voluntary, really, in fact, by Google in Europe. And they promoted that as being something they supported in relation to promoting consumer choice. So this is something that we were very interested in Australia. At the time, though, the European Union choice screen was very much at its early days, and we discussed this with the government, and it was agreed that we would go away, look at this in more detail, and report this year, which is what we did. So this report, which was actually released last week, so very much hot off the press, we did raise significant concerns with the impact of pre-installation and default bias, given all Android devices pretty much in Australia come pre-installed with both Chrome, and they default to Google Search as your search engine. So we recommended the introduction of a mandatory choice screen, and we also recommended that the ACCC should have the power to develop this, and there should be other powers alongside this that would prevent Google from basically bundling up its servers and foreclosing competition in this key critical market. This may look like quite an invasive remedy, but I think it is important to see this in context given the important role of online search, the 94% share which Google has in Australia, which is actually much higher than a number of other countries, and also some of the overseas developments. There is significant reform that is proposed in the UK, which the UK government has signalled support for. And this is a reform which has come out of our equivalent, the UK Competition and Markets Authority, and a choice screen is one of their remedies which they're looking at. The key point, I now want to move on to recommendation 4, which is ongoing ACCC scrutiny. So following the final report of the Digital Platforms Inquiry, the ACCC was given a 5-year direction by the Treasurer to look closely at the competition and consumer issues associated with digital platform service markets. And we're required to provide reports to the government every 6 months. So basically there'll be 10 reports in total. I hope that sort of explains why it must feel like every other week there's something else coming out of the ACCC, but we're required to provide these reports every 6 months, and these reports will be public. So the first report focused on instant messaging, and that was provided to the government in September last year. The second report focused on app marketplaces, so the role of the App Store and also the Google Play Store. The third report focused on choice screens, which is the one I've just mentioned. And the fourth report, which is due in March next year, is looking at what we call general online retail marketplaces. And by that, I'm referring to Amazon, eBay, Catch, and Kogan. They're the 4 big ones in Australia. And we're looking at the competition issues and the consumer issues associated with those critical services. Obviously, they've been increasingly important with the pandemic, and we're looking at what extent are the consumer issues here, and also issues faced by small businesses in their dealings with these major platforms. The fifth report, and this was announced by our chairman in late August, will be a bit different. Our fifth report, which is due in September next year, is actually stepping back and taking a much wider viewpoint. We're looking at, given this sort of history of competition and consumer concerns we've identified in a number of digital platform markets now, whether we then need to look at having upfront a set of ex ante sort of rules that need to apply to these major digital platforms. This is a big step, but there is important precedent, not just from overseas, but also obviously in Australia in relation to the Telecommunications Act and Part 11B and 11C of the Competition and Consumer Act, which governs telecommunications. I think just here, and I'll just be clear, we haven't reached a view, apart from in relation to ad tech, which is quite a specific area, that there necessarily needs to be sort of upfront regulation. But there is evidence from our previous reports here that there are issues, and it is not clear to us that using the general economy-wide provisions in our law is sufficient to address those issues. This conclusion has been reached overseas, and I will just highlight some of the sort of key proposals coming out from overseas, because I do think they're important to provide context and also to show some of the momentum that has been building in this space. The UK Competition and Markets Authority has put forward what they're referring to as a strategic market status regime. So for those digital platforms that are found following an assessment of both their market power, but also their strategic role in the economy, will be designated as having such status. And then there will be a code which will be negotiated and subject to consultation that will be put in place as to which will govern their relationships with both consumers and their business users. They will also be subject to tougher merger control. So if they want to buy acquisitions, there'll be a slightly different test. And thirdly, there's also the potential then for the CMA to put in place pro-competition interventions. And this could be things like requiring interoperability, data portability, data separation, or a choice screen, like I mentioned. The UK government has already signalled support for this, and they've recently finished consulting in relation to this proposed package. We understand that that the legislation may be introduced into the UK Parliament in May next year. The European Commission also has a proposed Digital Markets Act. They have the concept of a gatekeeper. So rather than a strategic market status, certain platforms will be found to be a gatekeeper by reference to their revenue, number of users. Then they will also have a set of sort of upfront sort of commitments or prohibitions that will be placed on them. That proposal they were hoping to introduce, I think, sort of in the next six months. It's currently being considered by the European Parliament and also the European Council. As you can imagine, there's a huge amount of lobbying going on there as to what that regulation would look like. And there's still some debate as to exactly how those obligations will get put through. But our understanding is that there will be some sort of ex-ante law to deal with these large digital platforms in some form. Germany has in fact moved faster than the European Union and introduced law early this year that relates to platforms which have, the term they're using is positions of paramount significance. And the German authority, our equivalent, the Bundeskartellamt, is looking at designating Apple, Amazon, Google, and Facebook, and they have inquiries in relation to that at the moment. There's also 5 bills in front of the US Congress, and that's setting out additional rules for what they're referring to as covered platforms. Closer to home, both Japan and South Korea have legislation regarding sort of online advertising, and Korea's gone further and is looking specifically at laws regarding app marketplaces. So this is very much a watch this space, but there is next year sort of potentially big reform recommendations coming out of the ACCC and a lot happening overseas. Finally, I want to mention recommendation 5, which was our AdTech inquiry. So the AdTech inquiry is separate from that 5-year inquiry. We got a separate 18-month direction from the Treasurer, and that's to look at that really complicated, opaque supply chain that delivers those usually highly targeted advertisements that you see on your favorite news website. So when you're looking, you may have looked at shoes, a pair of running shoes a few weeks ago, and those running shoes keep following you around the internet. There's a really complicated supply chain with a series of auctions that take place in nanoseconds, and it's those auctions that there are a lot of concerns about. Our findings, which we released in September, was that this supply chain is dominated by Google. Nearly all advertisements that go through the supply chain will touch Google in some form. And this is not Google search. This is a separate business. Google acquired it about, I think it was 2008. And they've since built up this business, and they've sort of gone on to sort of really dominate this ad tech supply chain. It's quite an important market. It's important for publishers because it really affects how they can monetize the advertising space, and it's important for advertisers. Given the complexity and given sort of the entrenchment of Google's market power in this market, we've actually sort of gone out front and said we actually think there needs to be rules to deal with this market in particular. We haven't designed those rules, not clear whether it should be a code, whether it should be sort of an industry code or a company level code, but we're saying that there should be some sort of regulation here. We've given ideas for the rules that should be incorporated into that, and we will come back to that as part of this broader midterm review in September next year. The other recommendations are put on that screen. Recommendation 6, the News Media Bargaining Code. As I'm sure many will be aware, that legislation was passed in February, and there's now commercial agreements that had been in place, although the major platforms haven't been designated. Recommendation 15, Disinformation Code. I won't cover that in detail because I understand that was the subject of a separate presentation. Recommendation 16 and Recommendation 17, Privacy Act Reform, and Recommendation 18, the OIC Privacy Code for Digital Platforms. That is great news from our perspective with the release of the Attorney General's discussion paper. There's some really interesting ideas coming out there. There's obviously still some way to go, but there's definitely some forward-thinking ideas in there. And the enabling legislation for the OAIC Privacy Code also looks very positive, and we hope to see that get off the ground as well. Recommendation 21 and 22, the consumer law reform, that's very still much work in progress, and the ACCC remains heavily involved in that process, and in particular the introduction of an unfair practices law. Recommendations 23 and 24, this was a recommendation that there needs to be minimum internal dispute resolution requirements for the major platforms, and a dispute and a digital platform ombudsman. That's something the department, the old Department for Comms or Department for Industry, Trade, Regional Development and Communications is looking at, and we understand that they're working on a scheme, and we have been involved with them in that.
I might just ask you to wrap up there. The ombudsman question is certainly something that I think we'll come back to.
Yes.
I'm conscious of the time, so I'm going to move straight on to our next speaker, which is Ms. Holly Raish. Holly, amongst many other things, lectures in comms law at the University of Sydney and is the chair of the Internet Australia Policy Committee. So Holly, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Keith, and thank you, Morag. Yes, the Digital Platforms Inquiry came up with just an amazing report. It's groundbreaking here and elsewhere in the world, and many of its recommendations fit right into today's seminar. In particular, I'd like to highlight from a consumer perspective the privacy recommendations, which in fact we have the discussion paper that some of us are going to apply to. The AdTech inquiry is important for the discussions yesterday. People were wondering how it is that their information followed them around. So I suggest you actually read what is a very detailed report and discover to your horror how it is that your information is being bought and sold in a little marketplace called the AdTech industry. Complaint handling, the last two recommendations of the inquiry, sort of recommendations 22 and 3, I will briefly mention. So there's a lot there, and particularly for the trust matter, there's a lot that I'd like to talk about, but focus on consumers. So do you want to bring up my slides, please, or do you want me to share my screen?
If you could share your screen, please.
Okay. Okay, now. Let me just do this. Okay, I hope you can all see the screen.
Yes, we can.
Good. I am not going to list the title of all of the acts. I'm not going to list the sections. I'm not going to list the schedules and everything, because in fact, we'd all be here till tomorrow. And I lecture too much on it anyway. But I will go through the structures and whether they are fit for purpose or not to address the many issues that arise for consumers. So starting, first of all, because my brief really is the regulatory framework, whether it's adequate, whether we need a new regulatory framework, and I very much appreciated Johanna's discussion this morning to set things off. Okay, if we're looking particularly at telecommunications and broadcasting, you're talking about a 30-year-old structure, and what's in place reflects the way that people communicated 30 years ago. A telephone was a telephone. It was like a telephone box, or there was one in your home and you actually dialed, and people talked to people, or people talked to a few groups of people, but lots of people did not talk to lots of people. And it was a 64-bit, so that the underlying infrastructure supported voice. And that's what it was designed to do, and it did it fairly well. One of the main provisions of what was originally a monopoly, but then become a competitive environment, there had to be an underlying universal service obligation on the provider, the original monopoly provider. The question was asked yesterday, should that apply to broadband? And I'll talk about that later. But the original the original universal service obligation was that everybody gets the capacity for 64-bit for a voice, and that was it. But lots of protections have grown up over the years aside from universal service. Teresa's probably going to talk on what they should be, but I'll mention what has grown up around this 30-year-old structure. Things like provision for information for the services you buy, a complaints structure, telecommunications industry ombudsman, lots of quality standards, consumer consultation, which was important, and at the end of the day, funding, which is absolutely critical for a consumer organization. Otherwise, we're all volunteers. Otherwise, we do it in our own time, and we don't necessarily have the skill or time to do a good job. So there are consultation provisions, but also funding, importantly funding, and ACCAN is the product of that. And in fact, Keith is the originator of that. So thank you, Keith, for the money. Quality standards, consumer consultation, price caps, provision for people with disabilities, provision for people on low incomes. So the sorts of protections that have grown up around telecommunications, the 30-year-old protections are there. Broadcasting was many to one. You sat somewhere and listened to something or watched something. And what was on the radio was designed to accommodate the audiences. No bad stuff for kids, a lot of regional content, diversity of ownership, careful watch on language, thank you very much. And although there wasn't consultation specifically with consumers, if there were broadcasting, and there are broadcasting codes, consumers had to at least be asked. Now, they didn't have to be at the table in the way they are in telecommunications, but they had to be asked. So there was some consultation there. Internet, when the internet came in, some of it is regulated by, most of it's regulated by these things, the internet service providers. They come under the telecommunications infrastructure, but some of the content, the really scary bits and the sexy bits, were stuck in the back of the broadcasting regulation. So the government was saying, oh, we're a little bit worried about some of this stuff. It's refused classification, so we're going to see if we can have online content under broadcasting. Okay, that's 30 years ago, and it's not fit for purpose now, because we actually communicate differently. First of all, in personal to personal communication, it's just as likely to be over an app. It's just as likely to be Facebook. It's likely to be something that doesn't look like a phone box. You still get content, but you get it differently. You don't just sit there and listen to music anymore. You maybe select it, you pick the time, you pick the place. You might even create it yourself. So the structure that was in place 30 years ago probably doesn't work. What we've got now, the way that people communicate, the way they take their content, the way they keep in touch with people, ideas, or whatever, is very often a platform. And we don't have a regulatory structure for a platform. What we've got is the bits and pieces of the Broadcasting Services Act that the stuff that was put in the back, Schedules 5 and 7, went over to a thing called the Online Services Act. And so the scary bits and the sexy bits got stuck over there, so that there is now a regime called the Online Services Act, which worries about the sorts of content that is particularly dangerous in one way or another, or particularly offensive in one way or other. It leaves open a lot of other stuff. So to pick up what should be in place now, the first thing is universal service. And this was something that was discussed yesterday. Should we have broadband as a universal service obligation? We do. We have a thing called the infrastructure provider, the structural infrastructure provider. This regime means that broadband, because we've now redefined what people should get. It's not 64 bits anymore. It's 25 megabits minimum. This is what people should get. And so the SIP regime was sent up. Now it's no longer in terms of this is the service people should get. This is the underlying infrastructure that everybody should get. Has it happened? Well, we heard from Jane yesterday. She's moved from Telstra to NBN Co, and we've heard that NBN Co is complete. My suggestion about the words complete, the NBN that goes to the node, that brings fiber to the node or fiber to the curb, or HFC cable, which isn't quite fiber, or wireless services or satellite.
Holly, sorry to interrupt, but I've just been advised that we've only got 15 minutes left on this session. We started late.
May I have 3 minutes?
You may have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. Just to say, I don't think there's any question, but that the SIP rules and provisions are something that's absolutely critical. It's underway, but whether it's complete, we don't know. We also, could I have, in fact, the this next slide, please? I'm just thinking, let's go quickly.
No, you put them up, you have to move through them.
Right. Okay, this is what, if you're looking at the 30-year-old, that's what we've got. But the question with the online services is, aside from the scary bits and the sexy bits, is this covered by the Online Safety Act? And I would suggest not yet, and maybe not later. We don't know. And just to wrap up, because I'm told to wrap up, what we need to define is who's covered. If we've got things called platforms, what are they? In a regulatory sense, we need to understand what they are. And in the Online Services Act, we've got some definitions. Are they all appropriate? Probably for most of what we do, the first three are. But if we've got a complaints regime, where do you go for information? Where do you go for any kind of remedy at all? And the problem is we've got lots of regulators, most of whom don't have the kinds of jurisdiction that are going to deal with it. So if we're dealing with platform issues, there are at least 4 questions we have to ask if we're going to have a regime that's fit for purpose. We need to define what the issues are that confront users, everyday Australians. We have to figure out what providers we're talking about. How do you define the kinds of platforms that everybody uses that possibly are raising the sorts of issues I've raised? What are the outcomes in terms of what kind of rules? Are we talking about disability access? Are we talking about quality standards? Are we talking about reach of infrastructure? What are we talking about? And if it isn't delivered, what are the consequences, and what regulator exists with the authority to provide and deliver the consequences? Is that 3 minutes?
Yeah, thank you. And if you could just pull your slides back down now, please. And thank you for that. And I apologise to the panellists for the tight timing. Our next panelist is Teresa Corbin. Teresa has well, enormous experience in the space, long-standing CEO of ACCAN, and just now in the process of transitioning to a new role in Telstra. So, Teresa, I'll hand over to you.
Just checking you can see my slides.
Yes, we can. We can't see you.
Oh, I'm not sure why that is the case, but anyway, how about I just focus on the slides for now? So I've got very short time, so I'm going to cut back quite a bit. I think it's really valuable to revisit the 8 consumer rights and think about them in relation to digital platforms going forward, because they're still highly relevant, even though they were first put forward in 1963 by J.F. Kennedy. And then they're updated in 85 and 99. And then 2015, we've got the UN Consumer Protection Guidelines now. So, you know, the list is there. I'm not going to go through them all and read them. But just to point out the relevance in relation to digital platforms, the first one being the right to safety. Currently, we're in a big debate about online safety, e-safety codes, privacy by design. Facebook's just taken down its facial recognition technology. And we've got lots of issues about age gating, technology facilitated abuse, scams. I don't need to push this argument very hard when it comes to the fact we need to revisit safety. The next one is about the right to be informed. Misinformation right there. The lack of transparency about consumer profiling. Kid influencers, the fact that people don't know that they're actually advertising anything and they're not covered by any codes. Dark ads. The right to choose. The reality is that we're not really given a proper choice now because of the fact that there are algorithms that are interfering with our choices and the actual products that we're even getting shown online. We're still confused. There's no real comparison tools. We may not even have a choice of search engines, depending on what devices we're on. And the freemium model, which is basically you get the app for free, basically means that, we often don't get a choice. If we want to participate, we have to use the app. The right to satisfaction. This was really thoroughly covered yesterday by, is broadband a necessity? Is the internet a necessity? Is it essential? But the reality is we can't do so many things unless we've got access to digital platforms these days. And the truth is that many people are suffering from data poverty, or they just don't have the digital literacy skills to engage. The right to redress, and Holly touched on this. The reality is that we really do need a digital platforms ombudsman. We also need to be able to chase up what happens when a platform's not accessible. Is that a human right? We need to know what happens with jurisdictional issues when it's a global platform. There's nowhere to complain and there's just nowhere to get a response. And we really need to get this resolved sooner rather than later. The right to education. I've already mentioned digital literacy. The reality is that there's also huge issues with other things, such as what to do when somebody that a friend, family member passes away. There's no information about really how to deal with their digital footprint. And also, there's very little awareness about cybersecurity for so many people who are dealing with being hacked or scammed. The right to a healthy environment. This has also been covered by multiple sessions, so I'm not going to go into it here. But something that hasn't been mentioned is mental health impact. and this is starting to come out in a lot of research. There was some research about Instagram and the impact on teenage girls just recently. The right to be heard, and this is my main point for today. The reality is that consumers and consumer participation, consumer consultation is really missing in action when it comes to digital platforms. There is no consumer place at the table for the e-safety codes. Google's consumer policy forums that used to exist don't exist anymore. Facebook doesn't have a reputation for engaging with consumer groups. And we saw this play out really badly with the news bargaining code earlier this year in Australia, when thousands of small businesses and not-for-profits had their web presence, and their only web presence in many instances, taken down, and they had no way to resolve the situation quickly. I actually really strongly believe that digital platform providers would benefit from genuine consultation with consumers. And the reality is that we know that this would actually increase trust. It would actually make sure that you end up with better solutions to common problems, and you would also be able to instill more confidence and grow your marketplace. ACCAN is really looking at this question right now, and they're considering, what could actually be done, because the reality is that ACCAN's funding is really for telecommunications consumer representation. ACCAN's constitution would cover digital platforms, which is why ACCAN has engaged on these debates to a limited extent. Communications Alliance has come out on a few occasions recently and said that it backs that ACCAN should be funded to represent consumers in digital platforms. There are a couple of different ways this could happen. It could happen through a change in legislation. It could also happen through a voluntary contribution arrangement. So ultimately, I think the road to trusted digital platforms ensures that consumers and end users have a place at the table going forward, and we really encourage that this debate continue.
Well, thank you very much, Teresa. That was pretty quick, but I think that's quite valuable. We've only got a few minutes left. We've got a few questions in the Q&A section. One that I've found intriguing, which Teresa, you might like to respond to, is from Travis Jordan. How do we move away from a weak regulatory approach to digital life towards a human rights-based approach? Is Code of Digital Rights that empower and protect individuals and communities the next step?
Yeah, look, I think that really does underline my presentation, doesn't it? That
I thought it did. That's right.
We really need to get consumers at the table. Absolutely. And, there's quite a bit of work being done by Consumers International on this issue. Mostly it's focusing on e-commerce and digital rights in those marketplaces, and also privacy by design, so the digital footprint. But the reality is that, as you can see from my presentation, that there's an impact on consumers across the board in relation to all of the basic consumer rights. So we really do need to get the consumers involved more.
Okay, thanks. We've also got a question from Justin Warren. Morag, I think this is one for you. What tools does the ACCC already have for addressing abuse of market power by digital platforms? And I think that's an interesting variation on what you were covering in your presentation.
Yeah, so the ACCC has, under our Section 46, which was amended a couple of years ago, the ability to sort of go after platforms for misusing their market power. So when they've had an anti-competitive effect, there are difficulties with this. These cases will take years. The key European Commission cases and their equivalent take anywhere between 5 to 9 years. They are hugely complex. You end up in arguments over market definition, market power. You're battling every step of the way with these large platforms. Also, the way the Australian law is set up is we can't take cases when someone takes advantage of their monopoly power and exploits someone. So, for example, if you've got terms and conditions which they get away with because they're so powerful and that people feel they have to accept them. In Europe, for example, you can bring cases against that, but our law has been crafted in a different way and we can't do that. And that's why, at least in relation to ad tech and potentially elsewhere, we're sort of getting to the view that there's a problem, that we just cannot rely on that general prohibition that applies across the economy to actually work effectively in these digital platform markets.
Okay, thanks very much. I think I'm going to have to draw things to a close now, so I'm sorry there isn't more time for Q&A discussion. I'd like to thank all three of my panelists. I think they've, in a fairly brief time, covered some very interesting ground, so thanks to Morag, to Holly, and to Teresa. One of the takeaways that I have from this conversation is very much Morag, I think, has underlined the seriousness of the Australian government's intent in this space and the longer term commitment in engaging the ACCC over a sustained period. One of the things that I find interesting in all of this is the reflections on what's coming from overseas countries and, if you like, the overlap of views. And it's good to see people, different jurisdictions learning from each other. To go back to our keynote speech this morning, though, it is quite interesting to see the change in the perspectives that both society and governments are now taking towards a whole range of issues which were regarded as no-go zones for government 25 years ago, but are now very active spaces. And I think the real challenge is to ensure that that regulatory structures that emerge are well informed and are based on effective consultation. I think I'm going to leave it there and hand back over to Sandra. So thank you all for your time this morning. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks, Keith, and thanks for great wrangling, and well done to bring it in on time. It's 11:16 Eastern Standard Time. We're heading into a 15-minute break, but we have a really fantastic and I think an awesome segue from what we've just covered here. We have a fireside chat with Andrew Williams, and I think he will carry on the theme around how do we build consumer trust in digital platforms when there's no clear consumer voice in the rulemaking process. So I'd like to welcome Andrew Williams, as I said, Deputy CEO of ACCAN. We've got about a 13-minute break. We'll be back sharp at 11:30. Questions into chat. If you get up and walk around, keep your ears on so you can listen to Andrew. And Andrew, very warm welcome, over to you.
Thanks very much, Sandra. It's great to be here, and really grateful for the opportunity to have this chat. As you said, this session does follow very closely on from what Teresa was just talking about in that last one. So it's a great segue. And really, it's how do we build consumer trust in digital platforms when there's no clear consumer voice in the rulemaking process. So, and I'll go through a little bit of an example of something that ACCAN's been involved in the very recent past, as I think it was what is a step in the right direction. But first of all, building trust is a slow process, as we know, one that takes time, ongoing effort and maintenance. And conversely, losing trust can happen in an instant. One bad call, one misstep, and years of cultivating trust can be in jeopardy. According to the 2021 Edelman Australia Trust Barometer, social media companies are the least trusted of all industries, falling well behind telecommunications and even the financial services. This 2021 report shows that technology companies were the only industry to lose trust from the previous year, rather than gain it from Australians. And as the voice for communications consumers, these statistics come as no surprise to us, as we engage with consumers and advocates daily who express concern about a wide range of issues, from misinformation spreading online that impacts their communities, to cyber abuse, to being unaware of their rights when using digital platforms. And while the introduction of voluntary industry codes like Digi's Australian Codes of Practice on Disinformation and Misinformation, and new legislation such as the Online Safety Act have been introduced to combat these issues, the fact remains that there's been no consumer voice in the rulemaking process, and that was highlighted in the previous presentation. This brings us back to the issue of trust. How are we supposed to build consumer trust in digital platforms when the industry regulators and the government have no obligation to consult with consumers on the rules that will be impacting them every day? So over the course of this fireside chat, I want to briefly outline our thoughts on why building trust amongst consumers is so important for building better rules regarding digital platforms. And as I said before, one of our approaches to making this happen. So the Online Safety Act will introduce a new set of industry codes that will be developed by industry and then reviewed and registered by the E-Safety Commissioner. The Act provides an extensive list of examples of matters that may be dealt with by industry codes and standards, and the Commissioner has fit these into three broad categories. Firstly, measures to create and maintain a safe online environment. Second, measures to empower persons to manage access to Class 1 and Class 2 material. And thirdly, measures focused on transparency and accountability. The new codes are implemented across 8 different sections of the online industry. These include social media services, websites, search engines, app stores, internet service providers, device manufacturers, hosting services, and electronic services such as email, messaging, gaming, and dating platforms. And these numerous new codes need to be developed and implemented by July 22. And that's a tight timeframe in anyone's language. Alternatively, the industry may adopt a phased approach to code development, and codes dealing with the most harmful, that is Class 1 content, must be lodged for registration by July next year, and codes dealing with content which is inappropriate for children, that's Class 2 content, they must be lodged for registration by December next year. Even so, that's still pretty tight. This means that the technology industry could have as little as 9 months to draft as many as 8 new codes, consult their members on their thoughts, refine accordingly, and get the codes ready for review and registration. And from our perspective, it's fantastic to see that the government's eager to implement changes to protect Australians online. This is code development at hyperspeed and could pose a number of issues, not the least of which is not allowing for proper consultation with consumers. And one of the key challenges of developing effective self-regulatory codes is the need to have a broad range of expertise and perspectives involved. Issues pertaining to technology, security, privacy, human rights, digital inclusion, communications, and community interests all need to be considered. And having early participation and involvement of a broad cross-section of stakeholders who will be impacted by the regulation is also proven to result in more effective codes and to build community trust in the successful implementation of these new rules. In fact, the ACCC's guidelines for developing effective voluntary industry codes of conduct states that codes of conduct need to be more effective when the self-regulatory body charged with administering the code comprises representatives of the key stakeholders. And this includes consumers, consumer associations, the government, and other community groups. Likewise, Consumers Federation Australia says that the consultation or consumer engagement process should be meaningful, genuine, and efficient. They also highlight that the process should not be rushed and should be sufficient to ensure that the relevant body is really listening to stakeholders. And in the case of the industry codes being developed as part of the Online Safety Act, there's doubt about whether the consumer voice is truly being heard, or if it's an echo chamber of industry talking to government and vice versa. While the industry code position paper indicates that the E-Safety Commissioner and the industry associations developing the codes need to have a meaningful conversation with both the industry that they're representing and also with the community, there is very little detail about what meaningful consultation would actually entail. If the main intent of these new rules is to protect consumers, it's vital that they undertake to understand what online conduct and content community members are concerned about. So in order for the technology industry to build trust with the community, it's vital to have input from the people from a wide range of backgrounds. And this includes people with disability, culturally and linguistically diverse communities, Indigenous Australians, young people, seniors, and people from regional, rural, and remote communities. These are the groups that ACCAN connects with pretty much on a daily basis. So we believe that collaborative community consultation delivers better codes through more cooperation, creates higher public awareness, delivers more effective code implementation, and enables better complaint processes once the codes are registered. As the peak body for communications consumers, ACCAN is well versed in providing the public's perspective on the issues to industry, regulators, and government. So on that note, what's ACCAN doing about this? Knowing that the consultation period for the new rules is very limited, ACCAN has convened what we call an e-safety community group. This is a group designed to reflect the diverse perspectives of our communities that I just touched on a short while ago. With members including First Nations Media Australia, the Federation of Ethnic Communities Councils of Australia, Isolated Children's Parents Australia, Australian Education Union, Australian Seniors Computer Clubs Association, Women's Legal Services New South Wales, just to name a few. This community group aims to ensure that the voices of everyday Australians are heard by decision makers operating in the digital platform space. Given the condensed timeframe that the industry has for code development, the community group has been established as a manageable mechanism to ensure consumer interests to be represented in the code development process. One of the key issues that arose at the initial meeting of the group was the varying level of awareness of the Online Safety Act and its implications. While the privacy experts present in the group were across much of the detail, other consumer organisations whose communities would be impacted by the new rules really had no idea about the proposed changes. And the very notion of the industry and regulators having meaningful community consultation is challenged if key parts of the community are even unaware of the consultative context. And as Teresa touched on before, while ACCAN doesn't currently have dedicated resources for community consultation on the e-safety codes, unlike in the telecommunications code development, we have endeavoured to educate our members and the wider community on these important matters so that the codes will be better able to meet public expectations about transparency and accountability, and they will therefore carry more legitimacy and credibility. And we will continue that educative process in the months ahead. ACCAN's also written on behalf of the community group to two of the main industry bodies in charge of developing these industry codes under the Online Safety Act, that's Comms Alliance and Digi. And the purpose of that is to outline our views and put forward some suggested actions to keep the dialogue open. To date, we're really pleased that our engagement with these bodies has been especially productive, and they seem to be very open to taking the steps necessary to build consumer trust in the codes and the digital platforms themselves. And I do thank both Sunita and John for their willingness to hear our point of view, and really look forward to continuing that dialogue when we're able to get together again. Hopefully that's in the not too distant future, and certainly before the end of this year. That being said, there's still a wider range of array of actions that needed to build consumer trust within the technology industry and the regulators. And this includes circulating early versions of the code for consumer comment and incorporating feedback to ensure consumer concerns are addressed at the early stages. So that's pretty much what we've been doing to date, and we are really looking forward to, as I said, to working with Digi and Comms Alliance and the rest of the community group to keep this conversation going. Because just in closing then, regulation's notorious for lagging behind innovation in the technology sector. And it's truly amazing that the government, through the E-Safety Commissioner, the ACCC and the other regulatory bodies have made the progress they have in trying to make the online world a safer place. We do recognise that trying to govern digital platforms can often seem like playing a game of whack-a-mole, where new issues arise just as quickly as existing issues are being addressed. That's going to pose ongoing challenges, and again, we're going back to that. That's one of the main reasons why we really want to keep this conversation moving forward. So in order to work towards a world where digital platforms are trusted by the very people and communities they're built for, community consultation in the rulemaking process can't be an afterthought. Building trust takes time, but it's a journey that can be rewarding to all involved. And as this is my first presentation since taking over as acting CEO of ACCAN, I can assure you that I'm very much looking forward to making that journey along with the ACCAN team. Thanks very much for hearing me out today. Thanks very much for the opportunity to present. And also thanks very much for a great conference. It has been some really great discussions, and it's fantastic to be involved. Thanks so much, Sandra. You're on mute, Sandra.
Thank you. God, it's like running television, isn't it? It's just on 11:29. We're about to welcome the next panel for a 11:30 start. We're going to go straight into the next panel. I hope you are able to have a bit of a break, get up, stretch the legs. Don't forget to use chat. The Q&A button is there as well. We have 4 panelists, including a moderator. I can see them coming online. I'd like to welcome to this next panel. We have emerging technologies. What is blockchain blockchain domain, and are we ready for it? Tyler Mason, who is Head of Strategy and Advisory for GoDaddy Corporate Domains, will be our MC or moderator today. And joining us, we have Brantley Milligan, Director of Operations from Ethereum Name Service. Very warm welcome, Brantley. Donna Austin, Head of Registry Policy at GoDaddy Registry, and with significant experience in this arena that we're in over the last couple of days. And Johanna, Johanna, perfect. Johanna Frakes, CEO of Private Label Registrar. We have what we'll be doing here today is discussing blockchain domains, potential threats to trust, and whether blockchain domains can work symbiotically within the established DNS framework. That is a juicy topic. Good morning to everybody, and Tyler, over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Sandra, and I appreciate you introducing our great expert panelists today. I would just like to welcome all the attendees and thank our panelists for joining, some on short notice. But this is a really exciting topic. And what I'd like to do to get us started is just work through a quick overview of kind of a high-level understanding of blockchain domains. So I'm going to share some slides. And that'll probably take 5 or 6 minutes, and then we'll dive right into some Q&A. So let me just. All righty. We did the introductions. Donna, Johanna, Brantley, again, thank you for being here. I think we have a really interesting mix to start our discussion. What I'd like to just start in with is, what is a blockchain domain? So, first of all, they're sometimes called decentralized domains, sometimes called NFT domains, even Web3 addresses. If you've heard any of these terms, please know that we are talking about the same thing here today. And essentially, they are domains that utilize public blockchains and smart contracts in place of traditional DNS. They are unregulated by ACCAN, and because of their decentralized nature, they're inherently resistant to censorship. Before we go even forward, though, I do want to just quickly address the fundamentals of blockchain technology because it's important to the context of this conversation. So a blockchain is a type of distributed ledger. It maintains a tamper-proof record of permanent transactions, and it works because there are many computers across the world and a decentralized peer-to-peer network that validate each transaction before a new block is added. And this has had and continues to have a profound impact on the entire world as we know it. But 2 simple takeaways for today are: A, blockchains eliminate the need for a central or third party to conduct transactions. And so a good example is just exchanging value between 2 people without the need for a bank. And B, blockchains create the need for users to store value themselves or self-custody. So this has led to the proliferation of crypto wallets. So using Bitcoin as an example, that's the most familiar cryptocurrency out there. Right off the bat, there's an obvious challenge. There's a challenge for sending and receiving Bitcoin because the accounts themselves use really complex hashes as identifiers. So users could copy and paste these hashes from their wallets or on exchanges to send and receive Bitcoin. But that actually creates some security issues. And they could use QR codes, but that's limiting. And so you can kind of forget trying to memorize these things because they're so long. So it's just not practical. And so this challenge represents one of the primary reasons that blockchain domains exist. And it's a familiar problem to the domain industry. So just like trying to remember an IP address and typing that in, it's way easier to use netthing.org.au. And so instead of remembering a crypto address, which again is even harder than an IP, probably closer to an IPv6, netthing.eth is a really elegant solution. It's all about human readability. This was kind of the key driver and why they got started, in my opinion. But there's more to the story, and it has to do again with blockchain technology. So a lot of recent innovation has happened on Ethereum or similar blockchains that allow for smart contracts. And the difference between Ethereum and a Bitcoin blockchain is that it has its own programming language. So the chain itself has computational power. And what that enables is users to create, publish, monetize, and use applications on the Ethereum blockchain in addition to using crypto tokens. In this case, it's known as Ether, but it advances what was established with the Bitcoin blockchain. And with that innovation, the utility of blockchain domains is evolving very quickly. So what do they look like? Well, here are a few of the currently prominent projects. I'll note that there have been other decentralized domain projects in the past. They didn't reach mass adoption. And there's plenty of new projects that are just getting underway, but these are the ones that you're most likely to come across today, and they're becoming quite popular in certain audiences. Handshake domains are actual top-level domains minted on the HNS blockchain, and they can be used like a traditional TLD with SLDs or as a standalone name. And owners of these TLDs can essentially become their own registry. ENS is a protocol, and I think Brantley will appreciate that. But the primary domains that they offer are .eth. It's the .eth TLD. It's native to the Ethereum blockchain. ENS is also unique in that it is integrated with DNS. So it's possible for users to connect their DNS domains to ENS and then ultimately use them in the Ethereum ecosystem. I'm going to ask Brantley to speak about that a little more in a bit. Unstoppable domains is the third big one. They offer second level domains and currently have, I believe, 9 or 10 TLDs. They're built as a bundle of smart contracts on the Ethereum blockchain, but they did recently announce that they're migrating to a layer 2 solution called Polygon. To be clear, each of these projects has their own distinct properties and distribution models. So they're in many ways unique from one another, but from a policy perspective, and where they're similar is that they all exist outside of DNS and ACCAN's purview. So finally, before we get started, I do want to share some of the use cases that we're seeing. We did cover the first one, and that is human readable crypto addresses. So blockchain domains are being used to send and receive crypto tokens from exchanges and people's wallets. That's the great utility. They're also being used as portable online identities. So major services like OpenSea and I believe Twitter in the near future are validating blockchain names which are stored on users' wallets, and they're pulling them forward and presenting them as people's usernames. And people can bring these from service to service. So instead of having individual accounts and individual usernames, it's one transferable identity. Decentralized websites has been one of the more concerning use cases, at least from a policing and governance perspective. Blockchain domains paired with decentralized hosting technology like IPFS can actually enable websites that simply cannot be taken down by like a web host or a traditional registrar. And then last but not least, authentication. So there are new security models emerging that are really interesting. And essentially users can leverage their blockchain domain, their wallet, to have a single username that works across the web. So instead of creating individual usernames and logins like you do today, and is really a terrible user experience, people can use their wallet to have a single login, and it's a secure way to bring that with you across the web. A good parallel to that is login with Google or login with Facebook. But in this case, you're not validating with a third party or company servers, you're validating on a public blockchain. So it's really good for the kind of privacy use case. So that's my 5, maybe 6, 7 minute overview. I did want to just kind of ground the conversation. But to get us started today, and I'll stop sharing so we can kind of see everybody's faces, but I would like to kick off with Johanna. And my question is, as you think about these leading blockchain domain projects, where do you think we will see the most friction? And also, where do you think end users stand to benefit the most?
Sure, and thank you. And a special thanks to the interpretive services. I really was delighted to see that, by the way. I have family members who are would benefit from that. Yeah, so great introduction, Tyler. And I think these three are just three of some of the technologies out there where blockchain has been expanding the namespace. And right off the bat, there are some challenges in how machines and human beings are going to interpret these. The one area could be in, for example, name collisions, where there are two existences of different strings. And that can be a challenge for humans if you're giving out a URL on a business card or doing other things, that you're hoping that communication would go end to end in the manner expected. But even where systems are communicating between each other, that's going to be something that's very important, that those machines are all talking to the same source of truth and are communicating end to end. So I think that's going to be a potential area of friction and challenges. That can lead into rights protections, of course, and I think that's going to be important to people, that the integrity of the rights that they have in a name are consistent across multiple environments, that there's not diversion of the communication. Many of the technologies are also really being designed to enhance what you can do with the namespace. In the current system, you can add at the root level A records, MX records, so you can work with things like websites and email, but you can't really add things like text records, location records, or really tap into a lot of the benefit that DNS has. There's so much under the hood in that technology, and you really see a lot of the innovation starting to come in the blockchain projects, but even those alternative projects that build upon and expand the namespace. So we're seeing a thirst for that type of innovation and development, and it's starting to evolve around the bottleneck of being able to start new names. There's now 2 million names in the Handshake root, and there are a variety of different technology approaches where you mentioned unstoppable domains. They have proclaimed .crypto and .nft and some other namespaces, and those may exist in their namespace, but also exist in Handshake, and there's not even one that exists yet in ACCAN. So there could be multiple applicants at whatever point we arrive at being able to apply for new top-level domains there. I think there'll be challenges in whose name is the actual name that you're talking to, and it's going to be a challenging area where there'll be things to work out. And depending on who you ask, they believe theirs should be the alpha, the primary or the only namespace. So that will be interesting to see how that manifests.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm going to jump around here just because it's such a good transition. Brantley, I know the ENS model is a little bit different in regards to name collisions. I know that you guys recently announced, and recently meaning I think a couple months ago, but announced a pretty major integration with DNS. And so I'd love to hear a little bit about what that means for honestly end users in the DNS space and what they can do with that, and then how else you've mitigated potential name collisions with the traditional namespace.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for inviting me here. Yeah, so ENS, the Ethereum Name Service, is the leading blockchain name service by a wide margin. We believe in building for the long term, and a big part of that is avoiding name collisions. We think name collisions are obviously bad for users, obviously bad for the long-term viability of the project. And just to be clear, there's nothing inherent about blockchain technology or blockchain naming that means you need to have name collisions. I mean, yes, people can just make up names outside of ACCAN, but that's true of DNS too. You can have alternative routes. So there's nothing, it's just technology. There's nothing inherent about that. So what we did a few months ago is, yeah, we made it so that any second level domain in DNS can be imported into ENS as long as on the DNS side it has the proper DNSSEC available. And we support the top DNSSEC algorithms. And yeah, that's really powerful. Basically, it expands the capabilities of the existing DNS namespace. So those DNS names still work on DNS, and then great, you do this thing, and now you get all the ENS things too. We do have a native TLD, as you mentioned, .eth. We only have that one. That has the full benefits of being blockchain native. So things like self-custody, censorship resistance, transferability. It's an NFT. It fits all the NFT infrastructure, things like that, which is really powerful. Right now, there's no chance of a future name collision because it's currently reserved as a 3-letter country code for Ethiopia ongoing into the future. And I will mention that we actually have been in communication with Ethiopia about, even though there's no chance of that ever being delegated, just from like a legitimacy standpoint, having that issue resolved. But yeah, so we're all about interoperability going into the future.
Yeah, it's really interesting. And just to clarify, so could an owner of a DNS domain that does connect through DNSSEC, could they do anything that an owner of a .eth name can, or are there limitations?
There are some limitations. You can store any record. It can be your Web3 username. So that's actually the primary use case for ENS. You mentioned that ENS names are used as usernames across Web3 services throughout Web3. It's the only service that is used for that. And you can use it for that. You can use it for simplifying crypto payments, storing profile data. You technically can store a content hash for a decentralized website, although I'm not aware of any browser that supports it for DNS names, although there are browsers that support for .eth. And the reason for that is that for .eth, it's unambiguous that you should be resolving from ENS, whereas if you're doing a DNS name, there's ambiguity, should you be resolving from the DNS record or the ENS record. And right now, it just all browsers do the DNS record, which is fine. I mean, we're not pushing for anything different there because we just think that'd be unnecessary. The main differences come down to the fact that with .eth names, the source of truth is on ENS. And so you have full self-custody and you get all the benefits of like easy transferability and things like this. And it can like fit into smart contracts. With DNS names imported into ENS, you don't have that because the ultimate source of truth remains on DNS. So we built it so that the DNS side always is the ultimate source of ownership. So there's some security limitations, I would say, but in terms of most use cases, you can do most things.
Well, thanks for clarifying that. Donna, I think that probably better than anyone here that this is not the first time that alternative root zones have come up in conversation, have existed. There's a long history of that. Even with blockchain, I think Namecoin was around several years ago. But does it feel different this time? And do you think, maybe you could share a little bit how ACCAN has handled these alternative root zones in the past, and if you think it feels any different this time, or if the community should expect kind of the same? I think you're muted, by the way, Donna.
There we go. How's that? Yeah, thanks, Tyler. So I think, there has been conversations over the last, I guess I've been around this space for about 20 years, and there's always been that, threat to ACCAN of an alternate route, or, the dark web and potential impact on ACCAN. But I think what's really different here, and I think this might go a little bit back to how Johanna started the day today, and that is we've moved on a lot in 25 years since since the internet was born and people started using it. And I think what I'm noticing now is, and look, I don't have a handle on this emerging technology, and I'm not really up to speed with how it all works, but I think what does seem to be more apparent now is that people are actively looking for new ways to do things. So I think it has more viability than perhaps it has before. And I think the other thing that we've seen over the years too is that technology is much more dynamic than it used to be. And I think, that the users of it are better equipped to adapt and move quickly to whatever the next thing is. So, you know, in the ICANN world, and I've been in the domain name space for a long time, we've been trying to get some pressure to bear on ICANN to let's move forward to a next round, because the last time we were able to get a new domain, top level domain into the root was in 2012. And it's looking like it's going to be 10 plus, well, we're already, it's 10 years next year. It's going to be 11, maybe 12 years before there's any potential new innovation in the DNS from that perspective. So I think, you know, what seems different to me, and where the pressure is a little bit different, is that people are really talking about this stuff. It's really interesting to people. People are using it. And it seems like it's not going to fizzle out anytime soon. So to me, that's where I see the difference.
Yeah, that's great context. I think there's just a lot of unique utility, innovation, and use cases that are emerging fairly quickly. And at the same time, there is the reality that ICANN has served as a global governing body, and the DNS remains under their purview. And the traditional registrar model has at least some tools to help address both major and minor issues. So balancing, this new utility, and also some of the risks that are associated with the inability to police is a really complex conversation. And, Jonathan, I know that you are involved in the namespace and have been for a long time. And I'm curious if these tricky conversations are starting to come up where they need to be in order for a direction or progress to be made in any way.
Thank you. Yes. Well, I mentioned that, there's 2 million TLDs that have set up inside of Handshake, and that there's a variety of different, there seems to be a thirst for more namespace to be expanded based off of that. And this is largely with the developer community that doesn't have a large connection with ICANN. ICANN's doesn't really have a place for developers. And so developers are developing and doing, the natural innovation that they're attempting to do. The last round, as Donna wisely mentioned, was in 2012, where someone can come in and innovate and compete through applying for a top level domain. And we're now at nearly a decade past that. The span of time between these rounds, I believe the first was in 2000, subsequently in 2004 and 2005. Then in 2012, we seem to be following a Fibonacci sequence of number of years between the ability to apply for TLDs. And just like anything with the internet seems to route around perceived damage. And I think in this case, the damage is the opportunity to innovate and compete in a namespace where you can do so much with the ability to communicate and connect with people in namespaces.
This is an open question to everybody. Do you think that a driver for the popularity of blockchain domains and alternative routes, even if it's not a primary driver, do you think that the lack of options in .com and the delay in for maybe some brands, organizations, or even entrepreneurs to be able to secure their own ICANN TLD, do you think that's an influencer in the popularity of blockchain domains, or do you see them as disconnected?
Go ahead, Brantley.
Go ahead.
Okay, Brantley, go first, and then I'd love to hear your opinion too, Donna.
Yeah, good question. I don't think so. No. So I think it has more to do with the fact that blockchain technology enables different different features that are not possible on DNS. And so we really should separate out a couple different things here. So you have the namespace, you have the means by which that namespace is socially governed, because ultimately a namespace is just a social contract. That's all it really is. And then you have the technology on which that namespace runs. These are all different things. And we tend to conflate these things as all the same thing with DNS because they just come, they exist together, but actually they can be separated out. And blockchain technology is not just like, oh, it's an opportunity to make more names. We could already make new names in DNS. That's not new. What's new is that blockchain technology enables new features. I don't just mean like, oh, you can use it for wallets. I mean things like you can have full self-custody. You can easily transfer them around. You can have them owned by smart contracts. They can be, held in escrow by smart contracts or used as NFTs and things like this. These are really, really powerful things. So I think that's a motivating force, particularly with ENS. With Handshake, the motivating force is specifically to get rid of ICANN and replace the root so that it's decentralized, so that people can have self-custody and censorship resistant in that. That's the explicit goal there. With unstoppable domains, I mean, that's not really, so Handshake and ENS are both like attempts at new protocols of the internet. Unstoppable domains isn't, I mean, that's more of they have a centralized registration flow. It's a for-profit company. And I think they just see more of like a marketing opportunity here. But I've never heard anybody really say, oh, I can't get my .com, therefore we need to use blockchain technology. I think it's these other things.
Donna, are you in agreement there, or do you have a different perspective?
Not disagreement, but perhaps a different perspective. I think one of the potential threats here to ICANN and the model, and particularly if we look to new GTLDs, is that there may be a frustration element that comes in, because we know that there are organizations out there that have been wanting a top level domain for a number of years, but frustration may lead them to go elsewhere, because you can't get a top level domain anywhere else. You have to go through an ICANN process. So it may be that, the frustration and the lack of movement at ICANN may lead to people exploring these other technologies, and that may end up being a better fit for whatever their business requirement is.
If I could expand on that a little bit. Yeah. So, many of the blockchain projects, I think one of the things that's fundamental with ICANN is the stability, the security, the resilience of the ICANN, or of the name system, and trust at the core of it. And they try to build in a lot of safety. I think there's a topic right now of DNS abuse. It's dominating all the oxygen in every room. That there be some form of guardrails and safety nets and what happens in the namespace. And I think that's taking a lot of time to get right. I don't know that we'll ever get it perfect. And so that I think is a big contributor to a lot of the delay, is ensuring that this is a very safe system that users can trust and interact with. Now, a lot of the projects in the blockchain namespaces have this. ENS seems to have that in abundance. Because it's built, to sort of like a sidecar to the ICANN namespace. Others may not. And it's key to look at things like intellectual property, to look at, is intellectual property protection censorship? That gets into a very thorny conversation. And we've been trying to solve intellectual property and domain names in conflict for years. And I don't know that we'll ever get that perfect. But I think we're spending a lot of time on this, and it's a big difference. It took me a long time in my career to understand the difference between playing to win and playing not to lose are not the same thing. And there's really an opportunity to play not to lose, but to not ever start the race is, I think, a challenge that needs to get past with respect to maybe subsequent rounds or some of the things that we're working on, because we're so there is a thirst out there, clearly, with the amount of TLDs that have been adopted in other namespaces, and the amount of delay and people stepping up and saying out loud that they would like to get a top level domain. That you can work too hard on making it too safe. but I don't think people are even getting into the car to start that race, whether it's play to win or play not to lose. And that's an important thing to think about as far as how this namespace expands. We're going to never get safety perfect. You know, it's never going to be a perfect system. We're just going to keep making it a little bit better every time. But we're probably ready for the next thing to start.
Yeah, and I don't want to discount the importance of the important role that governance plays, but ultimately does the value outweigh the concerns? And that, I think that is the conversation we'll be having for the next probably couple of years. Donna, you and I touched base before this, and you brought up a really interesting point about the vision, the original vision for ACCAN being really a decentralized governing body, and how currently they may be viewed more as a centralized body. And Brantley, I think it was either yesterday or 2 days ago, ENS announced a new approach to governance, which is becoming more popular globally, but it's the concept of a DAO, and how essentially your protocol will be turned over to a governing body that is, in theory, super democratic, right? And so if you could explain a little bit about that, because it is brand new concept for a lot of people. And Donna, if you could kind of add some context of the history of ACCAN and maybe why they kind of appear to be centralized today, I think it'd be really interesting to go down that road.
Yeah, Tyler, I'm impressed that you're up on this news. This is great. This is breaking news. Yeah, so a DAO, that's short, that's just that's a pronounced abbreviation for decentralized autonomous organization. It's a form of governance that is a smart contract and blockchain based, where there are certain aspects of the ENS protocol that do so core aspects of the ENS protocol are self-running. They're completely decentralized. There's no human discretion involved, which is really one of the core features. But there are a couple of things that do require human discretion, and at the smart contract level. And we've created this system where we've created tokens that we've distributed. We're distributing to like 140,000 people or something like this, where it's one token, one vote, and people have tokens proportionate to certain things and things like this. And that people will be able to use their tokens to vote on changes to those parameters that require human discretion. And you can have things like time delays and things like this get very complicated, but it's on the internet, it's on chain, it's decentralized, it's completely open, anybody can participate. This type of governance has become very popular for other blockchain-based protocols like Uniswap, Compound, in the DeFi space, and it's been very successful. It's an area of enormous research and development. And we're convinced that the DAO space is mature enough that it's capable of governing these parameters of the ENS protocol.
Credit where credit is due. Jonathan did make me aware of some of the discourse on your forum, and it was interesting to read a lot of people's perspectives and volunteering to get involved.
Yeah, in fact, right now we're looking for people to be delegates. So because like when you have 140,000 people, most people can't follow issues. So people can delegate their voting power to other people who are, which then you can undelegate or change your delegation anytime you want. It'd be awesome if something like ACCAN or GoDaddy was a delegate.
Donna and Jonathan, I know a DAO is not the model that ACCAN follows, but there's certainly some similarities in terms of voting power and governing and subcommittee model. And so you've seen it play out over the years. Are there pros and cons to that approach that would translate to the long term of a DAO governing, or can you see the parallels based on where we're at today?
Perhaps the philosophies might be similar. So I think when ACCAN was established, and it was a multi-stakeholder model, and it was bottom-up, consensus-driven policy development, That's a tremendous philosophy. It was an experiment 20 years ago. It's not really holding together all that well more recently. And I think what we're finding is that ACCAN has become a bureaucracy, and it takes a long time to get through the necessary processes. So, there's a number of different structures within ACCAN, which are, organized pretty much in silos. We're now finding that there are kind of readily understood demarcation lines, I suppose, on some issues. So it becomes really hard to reach agreement or consensus on topics, because there is, a bit of friction on topics. And I think one of the challenges too is there's no ultimate decision maker. So there's nobody there to kind of break the deadlock. The board doesn't see it as their role. ACCAN CEO continually tells us, well, we can't do that. It's for the community to decide. So inevitably you have, Jonathan was talking about the DNS abuse conversation. That's been going on for a good 3 years now. And we're no closer to having a solution, let alone understanding the problem. So I think maybe the philosophies aren't that dissimilar, but after, whatever 16, 17 years of the ACCAN model, I think it's struggling under the weight of bureaucracy that's developed over time.
And if I can expand on that, ACCAN theoretically is a decentralized entity. It's not really under one single government. And so it's an experiment in decentralization itself. But one thing that I'm noticing as I interact with some of the projects out there that are DAOs or decentralized is that, when you go in and you try to get into some sort of a contractual discussion where you're working with a vendor or you're trying to establish, some form of agreements with folks and get companies to do things, they want to have a signature from a CEO or some accountable party. And when you've got a decentralized organization, in Brantley's case, you can have a certain threshold of votes or something, but that's a lot of organization to put those together. Many of these decentralized projects will have foundations, or they'll be tied to something where there is an accountable party who has the power of pen to sign contracts and bind things. But there's a big evolutionary step between the conventional companies and the way that business is done, and being able to interact with and engage with decentralized organizations like that. So that's an evolutionary step that we are in the midst of all the other evolutions going on with technology. There's sort of a fundamental governance, lowercase g, and contractual relationships in business that need some evolutionary steps as well.
We've got about 5 minutes left, and so I would like to invite the audience to ask any questions. I did sneak one in there already, but if anybody has any questions, please get them in now so we can get the panel to respond. With the 5 minutes left, I do want to go back to Brantley. Blockchain domains are extremely popular right now with a specific audience, and it is the crypto and NFT audience, and probably a tech savvy base. What does an outsider need to know about blockchain domains, and what is the value to the internet ecosystem from your perspective? What's your elevator pitch?
Yeah, blockchain technology is one of the most important breakthroughs in computer science of our lifetimes. So this is not a fad. It is not a novelty. It is a fundamental breakthrough in computer science. Satoshi Nakamoto solved a problem that for decades had been thought to be an unsolvable problem, which is how to have shared state without a trusted third party across network, and other things about this was solving the Byzantine generals problem. And this is profound for not only currency, financial products, property, art, culture, all these things. It's going to impact all things about the world, but including naming on the internet. And there are new revolutionary features that blockchain technology allows for naming that is not even possible given the traditional DNS architecture. And so I would say this is definitely here to stay. It is definitely the future of naming, and I would even say identity on the internet. I would recommend that we join together to make sure that this transition and this revolution is as painless as possible.
I think that the theme for this year's NetThing conference is building bridges. So I'm not sure if there's a more appropriate way to put that. Jonathan, any closing thoughts before we wrap?
Sure. I witnessed an exchange at the recent ACCAN meeting where someone from the Handshake community came and explained to the ACCAN community that there is a purse to be claimed by ICANN.org to come and collect somewhere around 24, almost 25 million HNS tokens, which is the rough equivalent of today's value of about $7 million USD. The reaction that came from the CEO was that these don't work on what we recognize as the internet. So, I thought that was very artfully answered, that he was talking about the internet of today. But if you think about it, it might cost ICANN that much money just to have accountants and lawyers review whether or not they should, accept them. And so as these blockchain projects attempt to maybe build bridges with ICANN, or people are working to expand the internet naming system, I think that there's going to be some areas where people need to come out of their comfort zone to help things evolve. That there's not always going to be things unsafe about these changes. It's evolution to some extent. And we're in our third or fourth generation of internet users at this point. I can't tell you what my grandkids are going to do with the internet. It will probably blow my mind to think of just what kind of innovation and what that would look like. But thank you again for the privilege of being on the panel. I appreciate it.
Yeah, honestly, we super value your perspective, honestly. Your position is unique in that you have visibility into both of these worlds at the same time. So thank you. I did get a couple of late questions here, and I'm not sure we'll be able to adequately answer them because they're tricky, but I do want to at least ask one of them. And Brantley, you're probably the most appropriate person to answer this, but if anybody else has thoughts, please chime in. Bailey Hall asks, what are the risks you can see cybersecurity wise with the emergence of .eth or blockchain domains in general? And again, that's a big question.
Yeah, so blockchain assets have a different threat model. So all technologies, don't have perfect security and things like this. The key thing is that it eliminates security problems from failures of trusted third parties or outside parties, and it puts the security failure on the person themselves, which has pros and cons about it. There is a whole industry built around helping people to store their private key. This is how you own things on Ethereum in blockchain worlds, and there has been more progress in making it easier for the average person to store a private key in the last 5 years than there has been in the entire, since the 1970s when public-private key cryptography was invented. I mean, this has been like a quantum leap. It's not perfect, but I expect that to continue to improve. When it comes to things like abuse and things like this, you can still do regulation, but you can't regulate in the same way. So right now, if somebody's doing abuse, you can go to the registry or something like this, and you can solve it at that point. In like ENS with .eth names, you'd have to go to the person themselves. So you can still regulate things, but it's a different mentality of how you do it.
Appreciate you putting that so succinctly. do believe we are at time. Donna, any final thoughts, just because I gave Jotham a chance?
Thanks, Tyler. I think you asked me, what impact on one world, one internet, and it seems to me that it would be, one world that operates on, multiple online environments. So perhaps that's just the way it's going to go, and people will adapt to it. And if they're compatible, that's great. If they're competition to one another, then we have some additional challenges in trying to work out which way we want to go, or how it's all going to work. So I guess it's just evolution, as Jonathan said.
Evolution. I think that's a great ending point. I want to thank the panel. Really appreciate Donna, Brantley, Jonathan. Thank you. Appreciate your expertise. Want to thank GoDaddy Registry for sponsoring this session, and also the NetThing organizers and sponsors. Any follow-up questions, please feel free to reach out to the registry.godaddy email. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tyler. Brilliant moderation. Well done. Thanks for keeping to time. I'm Sandy. I'm signing off as your MC, and I'd like to welcome Emily Gillard. Emily will take us through to late afternoon, and when we'll be rejoined by Bronwyn as our chair for a close. So thanks, everybody, and I'll see you in the chat. Emily, over to you.
Thanks, Sandra. Hi, everyone. So our next session is a panel, and it's called Protecting At-Risk Voices Online. A brief about the session. So this session aims to explore the research published in the eSafety Commissioner's 2020 report on protecting people who are at risk of harm online, with a focus on youth, women, LGBTQI, Indigenous people, and people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. So the panel will discuss the challenges which are faced by each of these groups, the effectiveness of existing strategies to reduce harm, and gaps which will still need to be addressed. Over to you, Bronwyn.
Thank you so much, Emily. What a great introduction. And I'd like to welcome everyone to this session, and also pay my respects to the traditional owners of the land on which I'm joining from today, which is the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation here in Sydney. I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by four amazing panelists for this discussion. Paul Clark, Manager of Diverse Communities at the Australian eSafety Commissioner, formerly known as the Office of the eSafety Commissioner. Lucy Thomas, co-founder and co-CEO of Project Rocket. Dr. Asher Flynn, Associate Professor of Criminology at Monash University, and Tarang Chawla, Gender Equality Advocate and Commissioner at the Victorian Multicultural Commission. So I'd like to start this session today by just providing some context to frame the discussion. So as Emily mentioned, we will be exploring the research published by the Australian eSafety Commissioner as part of their 2020 report on protecting people who are at risk of harm online, with a focus on youth, women, LGBT communities, Indigenous people, and people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. In particular, we'd like to explore the intersectional nature of online harassment for at-risk groups, the effectiveness of existing strategies to reduce harm, and the role which we can all play in making the internet a safer place. So I'm just checking, is Lucy online? I can't see her, so I might throw to you first, Asher, if that's okay, Dr. Asher Flynn, just to introduce your contribution. So the eSafety Commissioner's report highlights that between 2017 and May 2020, nearly 55% of victims who reported image-based abuse to eSafety were female. So I'd like to ask you, how is online abuse gendered, and what does the research tell us?
Yeah, thank you, Bronwyn. That's great. Yeah, look, so I wanted to talk a little bit about branching out from some of the report from the eSafety Commission to also look at some of the research that we've been doing into tech-facilitated abuse, and particularly looking at it in the context of the last 12 to 18 months where we're basically living our lives online due to COVID. And we recently conducted a prevalence study, a nationally representative study, to look at rates of tech-facilitated abuse. So that included things like abuse or harassment engaged in by strangers online, by non-intimate partners, as well as current or ex-partners. And it can include behaviours such as offensive and hurtful communications through to sexual and image-based abuse, stalking, threats and controlling type behaviours, all being through the digital and mobile technologies. And what we found was a really high rate of prevalence, both in terms of victimisation and perpetration. So we had about 4,500 participants, and of those, 51% said that they had experienced at least one form of tech-facilitated abuse in their lifetime, and around 23% self-disclosed having perpetrated abuse. We found similar rates of victimisation between men and women across their lifetime. But what we found was that women experience this type of abuse very differently to men. And this is where we see a really gendered element of online abuse play out. So, for example, across our study, women were significantly more likely to be victimised by an intimate partner compared to a male. Male were more likely than women to be victimised by a stranger. Women were also more likely to report significant impacts like being afraid for their safety, feeling controlled by the person, and unwanted repeated conduct. We also saw in a survey of around 338 sector workers across Australia that they identified the majority of people seeking help and support from them were women aged 18 to 34, girls aged 17 and under, as well as transgender, non-binary and intersex people. The main perpetrators that they were seeing come forward were men aged 18 to 34 years and boys aged 17 years and under. And again, we saw former intimate partners, de factos or spouses most likely to be the ones initiating the abuse. Now, these types of results are similar, and they're similar across the e-safety report. They're also similar across other research that's been done into, say, image-based abuse or image-based sexual abuse, where people are sharing or threatening to share or taking intimate images of another person without their consent. And again, we see this quite gendered nature, whereby it's not necessarily about the rate of experience, but it is about the way that these harms are being experienced. So, for example, across all these studies, we've had men identifying that they're more likely to find their most recent experience of tech-facilitated abuse to be funny, or that they were flattered when it was image-based abuse, or that they were okay with it and took it more as a joke. Whereas women victims were more likely to report feeling afraid for their safety, and again, that it occurred across a continuum of abuse, so often in an abusive relationship. So I think here when we talk about the gendered nature, it's not as clear cut as just saying, oh, women experience it more than men, or trans and gender diverse people experience it more than men. It's actually about the type of harms and abuse they're experiencing. So we need to think about it in regards to the nature and relational context of tech-facilitated abuse, as well as safety concerns and co-occurring forms of abuse. So these are more likely to add weight to the types of harms and experiences. It also suggests that the type of justice and support responses that we need have to be inclusive and flexible enough to respond to the different contexts and impacts of the harms that people are experiencing. So, for example, laws that are being brought in to respond to, say, image-based abuse need to recognise the different ways in which these harms are playing out for different marginalised communities.
Thank you so much for sharing. I think that was really interesting to hear about the different experiences, even if the actual abuse itself might be the same. It's received in a different way by those different audiences. And absolutely, I think we're going to have some interesting insights from Tarang as well. I'd love to bring Tarang into the discussion to share more about the experiences of online abuse for people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. So something which the report highlighted was that people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds experience online hate speech at higher levels, 18% higher than the national average in Australia, which is 14%. So I'd like to ask you, Tarang, if I could, what is the nature of online abuse for those cultural communities and the impacts for those culturally and linguistically diverse communities within Australia?
Firstly, Bronwyn, thank you for having me. And I echo a lot of what Dr. Asher Flynn said around the disproportionate impacts of the abuse and violence online rather than the actual abuse and violence itself. And I think one of the issues around culturally diverse groups, and particularly people from migrant, refugee and asylum seeker backgrounds, is that the internet and online communities can often create a sense of community and a form of representation that is not available to them in mainstream Australian media. It's not presented to them as a viable option because representation of people from different marginalized groups are lower. So there's a devastating psychological impact of online abuse that can sometimes have also physical consequences as well in the case of online abuse that ventures into stalking and other criminal territory. But what occurs, I think, primarily for people from migrant and diverse backgrounds is that there's a common experience or a common thread of lower self-esteem or a loss of self-confidence as a consequence of being victimized on the internet. And there's also other issues around psychological impacts. So for example, stress, anxiety, panic attacks that often are not necessarily immediately following the incident, but can sometimes manifest later on. So for instance, someone can experience one incident of online abuse and then the ramifications of that actually occur later. And so if they present to a mental health care practitioner with, complaints of anxiety or stress or other mental health issues, sometimes they're not necessarily associated with the abuse that they suffered. And I think that that's another way in which people from diverse backgrounds fall through the cracks there. I think one of the other issues that happens primarily for people from migrant backgrounds or those who are already marginalized is that it has this sort of this silencing effect. So what ends up happening for people is that they will resort to online communication or online platforms as a way to express themselves, and it gives people the right to freedom of expression. But then online violence and abuse function as a direct threat to that freedom of expression. So I know for myself, I'm quite vocal and active on social media. And I would say that's because social media has assisted me on a personal level with my freedom of expression. It allows me to access information in many ways. It also allows me to consume information in many ways. But as sort of offline discrimination against people from marginalized groups, whether they're culturally diverse, whether they're women, whether they're LGBTQI community, what sort of happened as it's migrated more and more into the digital world, I would argue, is that those same people are stepping back from public conversations. I find myself, others find themselves, have had this common experience hearing from people that they self-censor out of fear of privacy, out of fear of, threats to physical safety, or just out of the mental health consequences or mental illness consequences that arise. And then there's also this flip side to that, which is the exclusion, which is an argument that others have made that it functions as a form of resilience, that it's made some people more resilient and more committed to what they believe in and what they stand for. So some will not change the amount of social media that they use or online communication. They will actually double down and they'll see it as a challenge, but that sometimes comes with other health consequences. And so I think for people from culturally diverse backgrounds, there's so much of an impact that's much more targeted, and it requires, I think, greater research and greater probably investment into those communities to understand how they're impacted, because I think we're only at the tip of the iceberg there in touching it. And I think later on in the discussion, it'd be great to chat about that in detail and also to look at ways that we can better support people from marginalized groups.
Definitely. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. I think censorship for those underrepresented groups on online platforms is really inhibiting the ability of everyone throughout Australia to learn from the experiences of people who've migrated to Australia and have greater empathy. So I really appreciate you sharing that perspective. I can see that Lucy is online now, and I'd love to bring you into the discussion. So the eSafety Commissioner's report notes that about 25% of victims that the eSafety Office has helped with image-based abuse are under 18, while those aged 18 to 25 are also at increased risk of image-based abuse and other forms of online abuse. So a question for you, Lucy, is what are the impacts of cyberbullying on young people and the LGBTQI+ community, and what drives your personal passion for tackling cyberbullying?
Thanks, Bron, and yeah, really excited to be here today. I just wanted to start by pointing out that I've really observed that often when we talk about adult online harms, we have a whole artillery of language that we use. We talk about hate speech and harassment and trolling and like image-based abuse and catfishing and stalking. And yet when we talk about peer-based online harms experienced by children and young people, we tend to use the term cyberbullying as an umbrella to cover all of those language and all of that behavior. And so I just wanted to start by acknowledging it's really important that we're actually talking about the same issues. Young people experience hate speech and harassment and trolling and image-based abuse and all of the other nasty experiences that I've named. Somehow by reducing this to a word, cyberbullying, that's used for young people, I worry that sometimes we dilute the experience, dilute the way we think about the impacts. And so as we might expect, these behaviours really significantly negatively impact young people in terms of their mental health, academic performance, naturally their trust in close relationships, and that can lead to poor school attendance or physical and social isolation. And in some cases, as we often see in the media, of course, suicidal ideation as well. I think the main difference in these issues when they're experienced by teens is that, as we might expect for adults, we've each had our own longitudinal history of bumps and challenges in life. So when we encounter online hate, we've hopefully already developed some of the skills to cope. And that could look like, having a language for seeking help or knowing what services to access, or having a really acute sense of our own emotional literacy and self-awareness and relationships that are strong and can guide us through tough times. And even then, online hate can be totally disruptive and soul destroying. But when you're a teen, you don't have that longitudinal experience of having gone through difficult times and come out the other side. So while young people might be the experts when it comes to tech and navigating the online world, it can actually feel like, say, if a private photo of you is leaked and it's shared with your peers in your wider circle, that the level of humiliation you might experience is so great that you feel like you can never actually recover. And so I wanted to name that. That's why I think it's so important that rather than just focusing on protecting young people from online harms, we start to shift our attention to building their capability to prevent it and also to respond and to cope when it does happen. So let's remember here that the online world provides essential access to civic participation and community building and belonging and the skills that we need for the new work order as well as a means to express ourselves creatively. And so we need to be very careful that by protecting teens and children, we're not actually cutting them off from technology and all of its benefits altogether. So yeah, just wanted to name that as a starting point, and also that let's remember also that young people are not a homogenous group. Within this cohort, like any other age bracket, there's a rich tapestry of diverse experiences and identities, and so all of these are likely to experience increased rates of online bullying. I'm talking here about folks who are same-sex attracted or gender diverse, from diverse faith, ethnic and cultural backgrounds. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander teens and young people cop it especially bad, which is completely unacceptable, as well as those who are neurodivergent or have a disability. And I really want to be clear that that's not to say that diversity is the reason for them being targeted. The reason isn't them. It's never the fault of the person being targeted. The reason is other people's ignorance and intolerance. And so the experiences of being bullied on the basis of your identity can lead you to believe that there's something intrinsically wrong with you, and it can corrode your sense of self. So to kind of wrap up, and I'm really looking forward to the conversation to follow, I'll say that for me, speaking to the LGBTQIA plus piece, I'm a proud member of the rainbow community, and as a daggy, proud old queer aunt, I believe that our diversity is honestly nothing short of beautiful. But being a queer person whose career is about building a world where kindness and respect thrive over bullying, I've copped every kind of insult under the sun online. I know exactly what it's like. And I'll say that trying to change the problem, trying to use your voice and actually being visible for who you are while you're doing it makes you more of a target. And that's probably something that any person of a diverse identity, we actually have in common. So yeah, I just wanted to finish by saying that the recent eSafety Commissioner report around protecting voices at risk online indicates that I'm not alone on that front, that LGBTQIA plus people experience online hate speech at more than double the national average in this country. And similarly to young people, there are many different other identity factors within our community. We're not just same-sex attracted and gender diverse. We're also culturally diverse, age diverse, have diverse abilities and interests and beliefs as well. And so, yeah, I think that's why if we're expecting that we can support people with diverse identities to have safe and positive online experiences, we need to direct our efforts to mobilising the wider community with better literacy to intervene when they see hate online. I think this is all of our responsibility, and I'm really looking forward to the conversation to come.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for highlighting the intersectional nature of online abuse and for the work that you do in directly combating that through Project Rocket. I'd love to bring Paul into the conversation now to share the perspective from the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner, or the E-Safety Commissioner, in helping to protect Australians online, particularly Australians from at-risk groups. So we can hear almost directly from the source that has produced this research. So I'd love to ask you, Paul, to share your thoughts on this important topic.
Thanks, Bronwyn. And I kind of always feel like it's difficult going last because so much of what has been said, I'd just like to reiterate. I think the two key things that Lucy mentioned to kick off with is around that notion of vulnerability. And we've very much moved away from that language that people are vulnerable online. And that's why in naming our paper was very much about protecting voices at risk, because as Lucy said, it is the way that people are targeted. And also to that intersectional nature. So we're rarely looking at one particular kind of issue. Just to take a bit of a back step and like an overview, I think, we really have that understanding now that online experiences are an essential part of our daily lives, and that especially those community sectors who depend on technology the most are quite often the most at risk and the most targeted. And it's a really integral place to connect with your own community and your own tribe. As activities risen online, I think, especially we've seen it during COVID, so have the risks. And all our research shows that the individuals from diverse backgrounds and communities are targeted at a much greater rate than others. I think it's just, as a bit of a backstep and an intro, I think it's important to have a look at how we've evolved over the years. And I think, in 2015, when we were set up with Australia's Enhancing Online Safety Act and the Office of the Children's E-Safety Commissioner, we were purely focused on the experiences of that view of cyberbullying. But when I started in about 2017, that's when I was brought in to look at the programs that we could do to support adults. And the two were like around older Australians and women. And that's when our remit was extended to protect all Australians online, not just children. The three, and I think it overarches, it's not just about interventions, but I think Julie puts it so clearly, the Commissioner, when she talks about our three key areas of prevention, protection, and proactive change. So prevention, and that's kind of the area where I play in the organisation. It's about programs to support those who are most at risk, and it's about preventing online harms from happening in the first place if we can at all. And we do this through research, education, and community programs that are designed to target specific audiences. We want to just make sure that people have the knowledge and the tools to protect themselves online. And we've matured a lot over the last 5 years, and I think we've moved from that idea of a universal program to developing specifically targeted programs, which I'll talk about a little bit later. Protection is a really important piece too, and I think that's where the legislation comes into play. So we can protect citizens by removing illegal or harmful content, so anything like child sex abuse material, pro-terrorist content, and we talked about this a bit, IBA, the non-consensual sharing of intimate images, or serious cyberbullying. But in January, what we're really looking forward to is having an adult cyber abuse scheme. So in the past, we've been able to help adults in a sort of informal way, but this will give us the powers to take that one extra step. And then the other P, proactive change. And I think this is about keeping ahead of emerging tech trends and challenges in the community and about putting user safety first. So we released a program this year called Safety by Design, which is focusing on the industry. And it's about a proactive, preventative approach to embed safety into the culture and the leadership of tech organizations. You've seen that we've demonstrated that some communities are more at risk of being targeted online and at risk of serious harm. And that's all the intersectional factors we've talked about today. So I did want to call out a couple, and I kind of, Lucy, stole my thunder a little bit, but Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and the LGBTIQ+ community cop online hate speech at more than double the national average. Same can be said, culturally and linguistically diverse communities and people with disability are really up there as well. And women face disproportionate levels of online abuse. And the abuse that, and Asha talked about it, but it's so different because it's so much more violent and so much more sexualized. So when we released the statement, the Protecting Voices at Risk Online, we looked at these different groups to understand their experience. And this is a really kind of high level document that, you know, we do publish our other research, so I'd encourage everyone to have a look at it. But we wanted to set the scene, I suppose, for each of these different groups, and then also to demonstrate how we prioritize our resources and education programs to support and protect and build the capacity of those most at risk. So the one that I was just going to give a bit of a quick overview is the work we're doing with the LGBTIQ+ community at the moment. And it's an example of where we've moved from the universal to the targeted. So we had our adult cyber abuse resources that were sort of set up about a year ago, but we really wanted to delve more deeply into the complex nature of adult cyber abuse for the community. So even without legislative powers, we've done our best to support those who have come to us. And quite often they've been high profile individuals who've been targeted with online hate. Now, homophobia is it's probably the key contributing factor in these instances. But invariably, all these attacks have had other layers as well, whether that be racism, anti-Semitism, you name it. It's never just kind of the one point. And I think that reflects too this complex nature of intersectionality. Lucy, you talked a little bit about the longitudinal exposure and how people can deal with it. So when we delved with the community, one of the things we found was there is so much external homophobic and anti-trans abuse that's targeted at the community, especially when organisations may post something on their social pages or there's health promotion messages, or we saw it during the marriage equality debate. The impact of this is pretty profound, and I think what quite often gets forgotten is the impact on the staff and the volunteers who work for these organisations as well have to moderate these kind of comments. But as we explore the issue further with the community, what unfolded more often than not was, and it doesn't excuse it, there was this kind of force field. People were so used to copying this abuse from external parties that there was a really quite high tolerance, and people sort of thought that was kind of normalised. What had a deeper impact, we found, is abuse from within the community or lateral violence. So things like racism, misogyny, or transphobia. So it's a really interesting way how this program, how the work is really taking a slightly different direction after working with the community. Basically, our approach is similar across all the different work we do. We kick off with the research, which is really integral to understanding the experience, but then working with community and having that ongoing engagement every step of the way around the development of the resources to understand experiences, what's required and the best way it's delivered. And what we really want to do too is continue that engagement in the delivery and the ongoing promotion of the program. Look, I think this is just one example, but we're really committed to making sure we cover all the bases. And the important part is about delivering resources that are developed and delivered with authenticity for the community. And I'm really looking forward to the discussion that might follow.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks for sharing more about what the Safety Commissioner is doing to help focus on reducing online abuse for different communities, especially for adults, rather than just the pure focus on protecting children. But I'd like to go to our discussion questions and start with the first question, which is, what can be done to better support people who are going through online abuse? And if I can throw this to you, Tarang, to share, what are your thoughts? How can we best support people especially from culturally and linguistically diverse communities who might be experiencing online abuse?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think that one of the things that needs to occur across a broad suite of things in terms of supporting people is touching on something that Lucy mentioned earlier, which is around how the abuse and online violence that people face is not their fault, and they're not to blame for being the victims of any form of online abuse, whatever that looks like and whatever form that may take. And I think part of that, in terms of supporting those who are victimized, is educating people around the fact that online abuse actually is a form of abuse, not distinct from what occurs in the physical world. I think there is this perception, particularly among those who've been victimized. I've found myself guilty of this when I've received, online trolling, and that word trolling is that, they're just a troll. But we forget that unless they're a bot, unless they're something that, that's been set up specifically with the aim of targeting people, and certainly those exist, that there is a real human sitting behind a phone screen or behind a laptop, keyboard, whatever, typing that out, or taking actions to share images without consent, or engage in some form of behavior that, at best is a form of bullying, and at worst is criminal activity. So I think that in terms of supporting people, we need to broaden the horizon of our understanding around what constitutes online abuse, what it looks like, and actually, I think particularly for people from certain diverse communities, and particularly culturally diverse communities, is that in a nation like ours, where casual forms of racism have been so normalized for so long, there's a diminishing and downplaying by the victims themselves of what they're encountering. And I find myself doing that, where the goal, you in order to self-censor, which is the point that a few of us made before, you end up navigating and changing the goalposts of your own experience because it gets continually worse. And I think that's one of the things that particularly government and legislators can support, is around greater education and understanding, and funding those programs like what Lucy does and others do that work within youth groups to support an understanding of what that abuse looks like online, what forms it can take, and what the damages actually are. Because the thing about supporting any group that's been victimized is that prevention is always better than cure. Once the damage is done, you're trying to put a band-aid solution on something that's already occurred, as opposed to it occurring in the first place. And there is this tendency to use online spaces to engage in behavior that would lead to material consequences in the real world. That's why there are greater examples of horrendous forms of violence against women, horrendous forms of violence against and abuse against all diverse groups online, because those same behaviors in the material world would lead to significant consequences. And I think that they don't lead to consequences in the online virtual world. And I think because of that, people who engage in those behaviors feel a certain license or a degree of entitlement, or whether it's anonymity even, to be able to engage in those behaviors. And I think once we pull back that veneer, we'll be able to better support those who are victimized.
Definitely. Thanks for sharing. I'd like to throw now to Dr. Flynn to answer the same question. What are your thoughts on how we can support people who are going through online abuse, particularly the gendered focus that you look at through your research?
Sure, thanks, Bronwyn, and thanks, Tarang. I think I completely agree about one of the biggest challenges that we've found in our research, and I know this has been something that's come up for the eSafety Office as well, is this idea that the victims themselves aren't recognising it as a form of harm, or as a serious form of harm, even though they're experiencing it as that, on the basis that as a society we downplay it and we minimise the harms that are being experienced. And when you are talking about these intersections of marginalisation and the different types of groups who are experiencing this type of abuse at ridiculously high rates, it is people who are also used to, as Tarang has said, downplaying it, self-censoring, just, pushing it aside and being like, no, it's okay, it's my fault, or I must have done something. And I think these are key issues. So for me, education is vital, raising awareness of the fact that this type of abuse shouldn't be separated from offline abuse, that it is a harm, that it is against the law, it's against the law, but also just against our general social standards and what we as a community think is acceptable behaviour. And so, again, not wanting just to echo everything that Tarang has said, but the work that Lucy and Rosie are doing in schools to generate understanding of not only the harms of these types of behaviours, but what you can do as a bystander to challenge the types of abuse when you see it, or what you can do to recognise when things are wrong and how you can stand up for others and encourage a society where we're seeing less of this type of abusive behaviour is so important. I think we also, in terms of the gendered aspect, need to think about training for people who are frontline responders to these types of abusive disclosures. So this can include support people, but also in terms of police, courts, systems, people in men's behaviour change programs, all these areas. We need additional training to really showcase the harms, the types of abuse being experienced, the diversity of it, and the different ways that people can respond, so that they understand not to throw away a line like, oh, we'll just shut down your social media account or just turn your computer off. So we recognize that these aren't solutions, because you couldn't do that in an offline context where just, it's not just, I'll walk away from the person and they're never going to come back and harm you again. So I think that for me, the key areas we need to be looking at is in terms of prevention and the work that people like Lucy and Rosie are doing, and in terms of raising awareness, support and training. So I think they're the key areas here.
Absolutely. I'd love to hear from Lucy or Paul and your thoughts on the same question.
Well, okay, thanks. I'll jump in. I think we've been talking about this a lot in the office, and it is that notion of the abstract of the individual. So there are behaviours online that people wouldn't tolerate, nor would they do if they were face to face. And I think it is that education piece around this is real, this impact is real. How do you balance that? And I think that for us is key around the two key parts I talked about that engagement and the prevention piece, about working with community organisations, and whether that's us delivering and developing with community organisations the programs or the training now. But I think a new initiative for us too is the e-safety grants, and I know Project Rocket have got one of those, and I think that broadens the ability for community organisations to engage at their kind of really grassroots level where the impact is biggest. I do think the other piece that we're constantly pushing for are the shifts with the technology companies. So about this, the Commissioner Julie always has this great analogy about you wouldn't be allowed to drive a car nowadays without a safety belt, but there is no safety belt for the internet. So this is where that notion of safety by design really pulls the organisations who are developing these tools, or who actually are out there already, around holding them to account around what safety mechanisms do they have in place, and especially in the development, what kind of diversity piece do they have to ensure that they're not approaching it just from this one sort of focus around development of how tools work or the protective mechanisms. I'll probably stop there because I go on forever, but I kind of think... No worries.
We do have one more question, which I'd love to direct at Lucy, which is, what role can we all play in helping to make the internet a safer place? So I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think that every single person has a role to play, and we're human beings, so we're wired for connection. We want to belong, and we are individual, and we're acutely aware of that when we walk through the world, especially when we might have a marginalized experience, whether that be due to a marker of our identity or the work that we've chosen. I noticed there was a comment in the chat about sex workers' experiences, and I think that it is really important that we acknowledge that people in that industry encounter a terrible amount of abuse, and online and offline as well, and who are part of all of our communities. And so I just wanted to name that I think one of the things we can do is look to our own communities. Nobody is only a young person, or only a person of color, or only a woman, or only a sex worker. We're multi-dimensional, brilliant human beings, and we have our people. And so I think one thing we can do is go to our communities and use our shared experience to actually advocate for broadening our thinking and our approach. So for me, what that looks like as a member of the LGBTQI community is, I know I need to elevate the experiences of trans people in our community, because they experience much more abuse online, and it's very different, the nature of the abuse that they experience as well. That means not talking for them, but actually listening and elevating their views, as well as the sex workers within our community, I'll name as well. It means that as young people in the schoolyard, we can be talking to our friends. It's much easier to challenge your mates than it is to have the person targeted having to stand up for themselves all the time. We are entirely three-dimensional people, and I think that we can leverage our differences as strength. I know that sounds like a corny catch cry, but we can appeal to those who have that shared experience of diversity to do better, and to start to see that we actually can unite against online hate. We can, and we need to, and we must, because although we need our online platforms to do better, although our governments need to be striving for reform, we know that ultimately we are the creators of the online world. It's us that make it exist. The physical world would exist without us, but with every click, every post, every like, every retweet, we are creating the content. And so, I think that we can use our diversity and strength to appeal to our communities to do better.
I'll open up to the rest of the panel to build on what Lucy's just mentioned. And we do have a few questions in the Q&A box as well, but I just wanted to see if anyone else wanted to add anything around your thoughts about helping to make the internet a safer place.
Yeah, look, I'll jump in again. I do agree. It's about the social element. It really is about people. You can put as many technical tools in place, but if someone is trying to be malicious, they will work their way around that. And we've seen that in so many different instances around online hate from extreme right groups that may be anti-Semitic, the way they change language or symbols that are used instead of words when suddenly something becomes sort of blocked by a service. So it doesn't matter. Technology will always lag humanity's ability to kind of circumvent to get what we want. So I kind of think it is that social piece that is the most critical piece. And it does, again, sound a bit cliche, but it's like, you know, we talk about being an upstander rather than a bystander, and it's like about intervening respectfully and supporting your mates.
Thanks, Paul. I think I'll just jump into the Q&A box because we do have a few questions before we wrap up the session. The first question is from Eliza Sorensen, and she asks, how does surveillance and censorship impact migrants and linguistically diverse people, for example, asylum seekers on Nauru? Tarang, would you be able to cover that question?
Sorry, I had myself on mute. You thought I'd learned 20 months into the pandemic. It's an interesting question and a really pertinent one, Eliza. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to answer in a strictly legal sense of how surveillance impacts migrants and linguistically diverse people, particularly in the context of asylum seekers. But what I can say around censorship in particular is that they are subjected to significantly higher rates of censorship and significantly higher rates of the inability to speak out, and that's more of a mandated sort of existence rather than simply what people, so for myself, for instance, from a South Asian background, I have the ability to be able to speak candidly and freely online, but we as communities tend to self-censor rather than have that sort of inability to communicate with the outside world. And I think that there is certainly a need to examine that. I probably think it's part of a broader conversation around asylum seekers and the rights that are afforded to them. But certainly in the context of anyone from a migrant background, as has been touched on by the other panelists, we are not marginalized by virtue of the fact that we are from that background or that it's a marker of our identity, as Lucy pointed out, that we are marginalized because other people choose to make that marker of our identity something on which to, rest their proverbial hat on and make a point of, and to downplay or diminish the existence of that. And I think that, yeah, it's something that needs to be discussed and appreciated. And I think that, it's really important, I think, that I say that while I'm speaking as a person of color of Indian background, I have certain privileges afforded to me by virtue of being male. I have certain privileges afforded to me by virtue of, university education, high school education, all of that stuff. So I think that those factors are just compounded. And I think a greater understanding of the intersectional components and how it translates online will help create safer spaces. Hopefully.
Thanks, Tarang. We've got 3 minutes left, and we do have an interesting question in the chat, in the question and answer box, which is, do you think we need a children's internet to provide a safe environment, or should children live in the same world as the rest of us? I think this almost comes back to what you were saying earlier, Lucy, about, not isolating children and giving them that resilience early on. So I think just to close off, maybe Lucy and then Asha, if you can both take turns at answering this question about should children be using the same internet as the rest of us?
I think it's a really interesting idea that's there in the chat. And also I feel myself wanting to say, no way. Should children have a separate internet? Should culturally and linguistically diverse people have a separate internet? Should LGBTQI people have a separate internet to keep us safe? No, the internet should be everyone's internet. And I think that we need to strive towards a collective better standard so that, that that young people or people of any diverse identity don't cop shit for being themselves online. And for context, I didn't really go a great deal into the work of Project Rocket, but to provide a heartening end to my comments for today, my life has been spending the past 15 years having conversations in schools with teens and kids about bullying, hate and prejudice. And you think that would be such a difficult and negative and painful job, but actually I'm really lucky. I see the most hopeful side of these issues and the striving of this emerging generation due to having access to technology, due to their global views facilitating a boom in critical thinking and literacy, an awareness of global diverse perspectives, and an incredible burgeoning of empathy throughout their teens. And so I just want to say that what we're seeing from this emerging generation, despite what we might hear on Today Tonight, is incredibly positive and incredibly hopeful. And so I think that actually if we quarantined young people to a separate internet, we'd be missing out on everything that we have to learn from them.
Absolutely, for sure. Like we have so much to learn from young people, as all the communities who we've mentioned as part of this discussion, as we have so much to learn from all of them and have greater empathy. We've got 1 minute left. Dr. Flynn, would you like to add a few closing remarks?
Sure. I don't think there's too much I can add to what Lucy said, and I like that we're ending on a nicer, happier tone than these types of conversations can often end in. Look, I think it's a really difficult one. I agree that we can't be working on the basis of focusing too much on the people who are being marginalised and excluded, in the sense of it comes back to a victim blaming mentality to me. If we start trying to isolate and, as Lucy said, create internets for every different group and every different type of person that's experiencing some kind of abuse, then we're losing the fact that what we should be focusing on is the abusers and the people who are perpetrating the bad and the negative and the criminal behaviour. And that's where our focus should be on, is trying to address how do we stop that? How do we address the people who are committing these harms? And it is about protection, but it also is primarily about making sure that people are starting to understand what these harms are, that it's wrong, and that it's not okay to be doing this. So as Lucy said, hold our community standards up higher. That's where our focus should be.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to extend thanks to all of you for coming to join this panel discussion today. It's been absolutely fascinating, and also something that I've been personally challenged about is to build that greater empathy with people from different communities, and also the intersectional nature of online abuse. So there are quite a few takeaways, and I hope that everybody else listening in took a lot away from this discussion as well. So thank you all, and unfortunately we need to close off, and we'll hand over to the next session.
Thank you.
Thanks everyone, that was a great session. So we have a lunch break coming up now, and during the lunch break we have a fireside chat, so please feel free to stay on. So it's a 45-minute lunch break. We'll be returning again at 1:45. So our fireside chat, we've got Peter Lewis, Lizzie O'Shea and Dr. Bernadita Brevenin. I'm so sorry if I mispronounce your name, and they will be chatting to us and to each other about whether technology really will save the world. So I will hand over to you, Peter.
Thanks a lot, Emily, and hi everyone. Welcome to our little fireside chat that we run every fortnight, which we call Burning Platforms. And Lizzie and I have been running these chats over the last couple of years, really since lockdown, and we worked out how to use Zoom. And it's been a really fun way of unpacking some of the big challenges that we all face around the rapid change in the way we live our lives and the role technology plays in that. I'll pay respects to traditional owners of the land I'm on, which the Gadigal people, the Eora Nation, and recognise that the land I'm on was never ceded, and pay respects to elders past, present and emerging. And it's great that we've got a chance to keep you entertained at the lunch break at NetThing, really important conference that I know has run in real life in previous years, and hopefully we'll all be back together face-to-face before too much longer. So the Burning Platforms format is really Lizzie and I kick around a few of the big issues that have been making news over the last fortnight, and have a little bit of a hot take. push back against each other and the different perspectives we come from. And then in the second half of the session, we dive deep into a particular issue. And really on point for this conference, we're going to have a chat to Benedita Bravini from Sydney Uni, whose new book, Is AI Good for the Planet?, has been released recently. And so given everything that's happening globally around techceptionalism and Glasgow and tech's going to save the world, it's a great opportunity to go a little bit deeper than just the slogans and the headlines. But before we go there, we'll kick into a bit of news. And hi, Lizzie, I can see you've joined us from Melbourne.
Hi, Pete. How you going?
Oh, living the dream, still in the roof, but come up for air occasionally. It's been pretty interesting, isn't it? It's been the week that Facebook's gone Meta.
Indeed. It's a rebrand that probably couldn't have happened at a better time for the company, and certainly gets everyone talking about the name of the company rather than say what a certain high-profile whistleblower has to say about how they conduct their business. I must say the video of Mark Zuckerberg wandering around in his new metaverse wasn't particularly inspiring to me. I found it very bland, and I'm not sure I'm the only one that isn't particularly animated or excited by the prospect of more virtual meeting rooms after spending, nearly 2 years in virtual meeting rooms. So I'm not sure whether it's really going to land. I'm very curious to see how this might unfurl, in another 6 months' time. But I'm not sure.
Stay on the metaverse for a sec.
Yeah.
Because we had a bit of a discussion with an expert in this a few months ago, and it was fascinating, this idea that the next frontier of the digital world will be around virtual and augmented reality. And it does strike me that even these events are the beginning of that journey into something that's a more immersive online experiment or experience. Facebook has acquired Oculus. They've got, I guess, best in breed technology to do this. Do you think what he's doing is just chasing a business opportunity, or is there a bigger play here?
Well, I think that conversation that we had with Michaela a little while back about the metaverse was fascinating, and it's a really useful starting point if you're trying to understand the metaverse. So I would encourage anyone who's listening, if they're interested in this topic, to go back and have a listen, because one of the things Michaela says is, we've been talking about the metaverse for 20 years and this isn't particularly new. And I think that's a pretty fair comment. But we also got into there a little bit about the discussion of, the control of this space, and in particular, Facebook's approach to acquiring a company like Oculus, so then gets the hardware and rolls it out in a loss-leading way that allows it to dominate the space and to set the framework and the baseline for how we will engage with the metaverse. And there's no real competitors to this, I think, which is what makes it an opportunity for them that's too good to resist. So what I would say is, I'm not sure Facebook has purposes other than its bottom line. I mean, this is part of the problem. This is why the company, I think, is in such dire straits and has such low levels of trust from the public, but also increasingly lawmakers, that what they do prioritize above all is engagement, which is about their business model, because their business model is ultimately advertising, but it's based on growth. And that really explains their foray here. The sooner they get in on it, the sooner they can dominate how the space of their metaverse, so to speak, is going to be structured and who gets to control its development. And I think they see themselves as making that first foray now to exclude other competitors and hopefully be in the prime position for when maybe some of these things start to get regulated or treated a bit differently. And, you can see this cycle unfolding again where lawmakers, public policy advocates are playing catch up.
Yeah. So they have, though, announced what seems like a big change up. They're going to stop collecting images. They're saying they're out of facial recognition technology. Do you think this is a real change or what I would call screenwash?
Yeah, do you want to explain what screenwash means?
Oh, I think I just want to brand what he's doing. You've got greenwash, now we've got screenwash. We're just saying we're good guys and we've got a clean screen.
Yeah, I think this is interesting. So people may not have seen this, but Facebook made a comment or put a post on their website describing how they're no longer going to use things like automatic tagging of people, so facial recognition technology to identify photos of people across the platform that then allows you to be automatically tagged in photos. I think it was a bit of a self-serving commentary that they provided, which of course is probably no surprise to anyone who's listening. But they argued that more than a third of Facebook's daily active users have opted in, as they put it, to our facial recognition setting, and that is going to end. Essentially, they're no longer going to apply automatic recognition to photos when they appear on the platform. Now, I don't reckon a third of their daily active users realise that they'd opted into that program. And so I have a feeling that this is a proactive move. I don't know whether people will find me cynical, but I don't think it's unreasonable to think that they're getting on the front foot, getting rid of a program that is likely to attract significant criticism the more that's learnt about it, and that people don't particularly like or use. The commentary did offer a lot of discussion about how this will make it difficult for people who are visually impaired, who may then not be able to identify photos through recognition systems. And I take that on board. That is a problem. But I also think there's not sufficient privacy protections for the billions of people who use this program, who might be subjected to this facial recognition software, perhaps without their consent as well, or without clear knowledge, because they may be caught up in someone else's process. So I think that is something that we have to balance and think it through. But I don't think that kind of justification put forward by Facebook for it, or the implied justification for the original use of the program, is particularly valid. I mean, I don't know what you think is behind this, Pete, but my view is, yeah, they're getting on the front foot before something like this gets regulated out of existence. They're not the first tech company to abandon facial recognition technology. You know, Amazon famously has talked about not selling this technology to law enforcement. In some ways, the horse has already bolted with Clearview AI and the use of Facebook images. Yeah. I'm not sure what your thoughts are, though.
Look, I reckon it ceases to be useful to them, and their business model is changing, and there'll be other things to monitor. And if this builds trust as people strap on their Oculus to go into their virtual meetings or virtual playgrounds, then maybe that's part of it. I also note that Clearview was subject to a negative ruling by the Privacy Commission this week. Clearview AI is an Australian company whose business model is to scrape images off Facebook and then sell them to people that are developing facial recognition technology. And the ruling has said you've got to get rid of all of it, that it's all a breach of privacy. And I'm not sure, you're the lawyer, I don't know what the effect of that ruling is, but maybe we are at this point where there is going to be a disruption of that sense that any photo is fair game. I know our friend and the former Human Rights Commissioner, Ed Santo, has called for a moratorium on facial recognition technology in high impact areas in Australia. And maybe there is also a sense that some of the corporates are getting ahead of this. But I thought that Privacy Commissioning ruling was interesting as well.
Yeah, it is a really interesting ruling. I don't know how you could come to another conclusion, because here's an example of a bunch of photos being scraped off Facebook and being used to train a facial recognition algorithm by a third party. And I think Facebook should have picked that up. That's one of their jobs, to monitor behaviour on their platform. And it's sort of not a surprise to me that they got away with it, but it is pretty poor that was permitted to happen. So the findings of the Office of the Information Commissioner was that they had breached the various privacy laws, and then there was a requirement then that Clearview AI, which although it was started by an Australian, is actually run out of the United States, delete all the photos that had come from Australia and not use this program when it's relying on this information. And I think that is a very difficult thing to enforce against a company that's based abroad. Clearview AI said that they operate in the US and that the Australian law doesn't really apply to them, but the Commission had dispensed with those criticisms. I did note that there were no civil penalties awarded, and to my mind that seems a bit disappointing. I do think in these kinds of situations, money really talks. This jurisdiction where companies take data, and it might not be particularly harmful, but in a direct sense, but there's a collective sense that this shouldn't happen. It reminds me a bit of violations of the Fair Work Act, where there might be a workplace condition that isn't provided to all workers. And, you know, it's frustrating and annoying, but there might not be clear grounds for compensation. Sometimes there is. The Fair Work Act has civil penalty provisions where every time you breach the Act, an employer can be fined essentially a particular amount. And I sort of think we need to introduce this model here, have the Commissioner more actively imposing civil penalties, because I do think money talks. I mean, this company's clearly derived its value by essentially stealing people's information, by violating their privacy. It shouldn't be permitted to continue. And, you know, maybe that doesn't necessarily have to be a payment of compensation, because then that comes with a requirement that you prove that you've experienced harm. Maybe instead it has to be very heavy civil penalty orders. This investigation, I would note, was conducted with the UK counterpart to our commissioner. And so I'm not sure whether they may end up imposing different kinds of penalties under UK law. But I think that's where we sort of need to head. Of course, if Clearview AI doesn't comply, the commissioner does have the right to be able to enforce the determinations made. But I do wonder how in practice that works, because, you know, the company's based in the US. They say they no longer provide this service into Australia. Australian Federal Police were sampling it and using it at one point, but they've stopped. So, you know, to that extent, we're a bit vulnerable, because we're a market which companies can just vacate if they don't like the laws. And maybe that's fine. Maybe that's the answer. But to my mind, it still seems to leave the problem sitting there at large, and kind of a rightful feeling among people who might have been subjected to this technology that's not been remedied. So, you know, I think we really have to come down hard on these companies, because you don't want to offer any kind of practical or implied, you know, permission for this kind of thing to occur, or insufficient penalties, I suppose, is my point. Pierre Lewis is on mute. That's my little mute Zoom song. So committed to the ultimate offence.
Yeah, that was because I was making noise offline and typing as Benedita joins us. Hi, we'll come to your book in just a sec.
No problem. Hi, hello, everybody.
Great to see you. With the penalties, though, it's interesting. Some legislative regimes are moving from compliance to a percentage of earnings. And I know that's one of the key bits of the stick behind the GDPR in Europe. But I did think it just sort of bounced onto the one other bit that's really caught my attention the last fortnight, was the flurry of legislation coming out of Canberra. And we've had an Online Privacy Act recommended. We've got reviews of the privacy laws. We've got online harms working their way through the parliament as well. And we even had a private members bill from a National Party MP who wanted to basically change the way defamation works in Australia to give the key rebate really to the e-safety commissioner. So I guess we haven't got time to go into the substance of all that legislation today, Lizzie, but what's your general take on this flurry of legislation from a government that would not normally be seen as a reformist government? What's going on? And is it a step in the right direction, or are we legislating ourselves into a hole?
Yeah, I think it is really interesting. I was talking about this with some staff members from Digital Rights Watch. Is it possible that privacy might become an election issue? Because I do think the coalition think they're on a winning streak here with taking active steps to protect people's privacy, to mitigate against harm online. And politically, I would say, I'm not sure that the policy that they put forward is always very good. Some of it is good, but, you know, we had a lot of concerns about the Online Safety Act, I should say, governed by the e-safety commissioner. And I think there were problems with that legislation. I think there's problems with this legislation as well. There's a lot of it in there about age verification, for example, which I don't think always works as intended and is potentially problematic. But it does work really well for political talking points and makes them look like a government that is prepared to take on big tech, that isn't frightened of these companies. And is also there to protect children, I think, all of which plays to their base really well. So I am curious, do you think it's going to be an electoral issue? Pete, I wonder whether this is something the coalition thinks they can score points on politically, even if the policy proposals aren't that impressive. Because I must say, I'm not hugely impressed with the drafts that are put out today. I've got to bury myself in it a bit more, because there was a lot that came out last week. But I think we could do better, is what I would say.
I reckon there is a potential play around protecting kids online. And I know that isn't your favourite piece of regulation, that the expansion of the e-safety commissioner's mandate. The reason I don't think it'll be a massive issue is I just think that there isn't a huge partisan divide on a lot of this stuff. And I think particularly with that, I don't think Labor would differentiate themselves on it. I actually think that the fact that we've got a Conservative government that is trying to work its way through how to regulate big tech means it recognises, like every other liberal democracy, that there are problems that need to be fixed. I just am concerned that it's very fragmented in Australia. You've got different ministries with different parts of the problem. You don't seem to have anyone with the oversight. And if there was one thing that I would love to see as an election issue, it is that both parties sort of agree to actually look at this systematically. Like, I think the market impact of big tech, there was a systematic review by the ACCC, but then you've got the Human Rights Commission, you've got, you know, the Broadcasting Authority, you've got the E-Safety Commission. It all seems very fragmented. Surely you need to have a core of knowledge and a centre of truth to have good policy coming out the other end, and critically with good consultative mechanisms so that both the internet industry, who is this event, and the activist world, which is, you know, our world, all have a say in it, and critically also academics, which is probably a segue to bring Benedetta in. And thank you so much for joining us. You know, what a timely book as we watch our world leaders try to defer responsibility for dealing with the existential issues that the world's facing by saying technology will save us. We had a great discussion yesterday with people that are working deep in tech, in the Internet of Things, in blockchain, who are very optimistic that technology can save the world. But I think your book provides a counterpoint. So I don't know if you want to give us sort of the back cover starting point, and then we'll kick the ideas around a bit.
Absolutely. Actually, can I just start by picking up on the latest bit of your conversation? It was really fascinating about Australia, because I tend to focus on what's happening in terms of communication policy in the US and in Europe. And it's very interesting that the fragmentation is very much the case, you know, also in the US and in Europe. And actually, Lizzie, I was looking and I was chatting to colleagues yesterday, and it really seems that the Congress in the US is going to go for a children online, you know, kind of protection, and it's going, again, you know, avoiding any kind of real restructuring or structural interventions, you know, against what I call the digital lords, because I think that actually the term platform is too benign to define them. They are really acting as lords in the context of the digital feudalism, where, you know, you have this super data extractive ecology where you constantly, you know, collect the data, but in a profit-driven way. And I don't need to explain this to you for sure. But actually, it's interesting that Australia is really following on this path of trying really to fragment also the policy response and the legal response. So having said that, of course, like, I think that my book is responding, of course, to some of these major issues. And as you have seen in COP26, and I was just reading the very excellent roundup by the Australian Institute just now, that just arrived in my email, in my mailbox. And it's fascinating to see that the conversation on technology developments in connection with the Green New Deals and all these amazing Green New Deal packages is completely absent. So in other words, really technology constantly has been conceived as the only tool to address all these issues, instead of adopting a more structural intervention, which is actually what we need, for example, towards the digital lords, because we need to be able to apply serious antitrust rules. We need to be able to fragment their business and to say, well, we really need to separate, you know, if you consider also the platforms that were run by Bernie Sanders, you know, Boston senators, as you know, before the elections, they were very serious about trying to separate, you know, this business. And one of the reasons, of course, is that monopolies don't work ever in the public interest. And it's a very neoliberal framework, this one. I mean, I'm not arguing for any kind of social democratic intervention here. It's just, you know, the basics of market.
I think we've lost you mid-sentence there, Benedetta, which isn't great for the flow of the argument. I'm sure you'll come back on any second, though.
The digital overlords heard.
Yeah, I reckon they've just locked her off. But it has been interesting, hasn't it, Lizzie, watching that technology will save us, and that human history is a story of technology taking us to the next level.
Totally. I think it's really interesting, Benedetta, that you raised the point about technology being the answer to climate change, because that's certainly Scott Morrison's view. He talks a lot about it not being about tax, about technology. And I do think this is this whole long history of humans dominating nature and using technology to cast the world in their own image. So I wondered if I didn't appreciate, I must say, that that's a broader phenomenon than just in Australia. I just thought that was Scott Morrison's petty attempt to come up with a proposal in advance of the next election that didn't look completely silly. But I wondered, if you could talk a bit more about what got you started on this particular path, Benedict, because it's something that I've thought about, but perhaps, quite ancillary. And I can see how it's to the general topics of digital rights and freedoms. And I can see how it is particularly central in lots of ways, given the centrality of climate change to almost all political issues. But you obviously caught on to that a lot quicker. Can you tell us how you perhaps got started on this particular path of analysis?
Absolutely. So the first issue I had was I want to try to see the way in which myth and myth making around technology are actually working. So like when you look at the history of technologies, as you rightly said, like you see that anytime we develop a new technology, there was a lot of myth and mythological thinking has been connected to these ideas, right? So what happened, and it happened with radio, it happened with television, and of course, radically and really massively, it happened in the 70s, in the 80s, and especially in the 90s with the internet. Like we had people like Negroponte or Gilder, like in the US, keeping saying, I see a new Athenian era of democracy coming around with the launch of the new internet, with the launch of this new incredible web, for the democratization of society. So these were the statements. And all of this, of course, has been only even more emphasized by the development of the cloud and the Internet of Things. And I explain why in the book, because in fact, the cloud is nothing but fluffy, is not something that is in the sky, is actually something that is very material and based on metrics and based on cables, very dirty indeed, very dusty.
So
right?
it's more a pit than a cloud.
Absolutely, absolutely. Actually, I mean, I would say that I think a pit would be the perfect marketing. And I think that actually one of the best marketing efforts of the last 15 years is precisely to call data centers, these incredibly dirty, places, as the cloud. Okay, so this mythical thinking has kept evolving in a fascinating way. Because you are, of course, experts in technology, you see this very, very well happening. And after this, then we moved into the Internet of Things, again, very immaterial. So it is as if the materiality of this technology keeps being excluded. So what I did with the book, I started looking at definitions, right? So I said, okay, so what is really AI? Can we look at definitions? And I spent like a couple of years looking at definitions of AI around the US, but even China, I got a translator for that. Europe, of course, so you see a variety of policy discussions around definition. And very often AI is heralded really like the capacity to mimic human minds, the capacity to be beating also, our minds, and therefore being super artificial. And then, of course, AI in this way, interpreted in this way, is capable of sorting out everything. It can sort out capitalism, it can sort out the climate crisis, it can sort out any kind of crisis. Of course, COVID, right? It can sort out anything. And so I thought, okay, so the starting point is we need to redefine what AI is. And I found a very useful definition from one of the very numerous policy papers coming from Europe, which is AI conceived as assemblages and machines and technologies that are actually heavily based on data centers, so cloud computing, algorithms. And I added, of course, the Internet of Things. So now, if you start conceiving AI as infrastructures, machines, assemblages, and of technologies, then you see that you regain the materiality. And it's very hard, to break down and to defeat a discourse that is so ingrained in our minds, because we think as a common sense that AI is this magic wand, right? That is capable of changing everything because we assign to it an immaterial capacity. But the reality is that it's very material and it's actually based on infrastructures. And so that's where the book really starts.
I think that's so interesting because I did a little bit of research when I was writing my book about there's a photographer called Trevor Paglen who listeners may know, who he
does fantastic work.
He does fantastic work.
Clouds. Yeah,
exactly. So he takes photos of the internet as it is in its material reality, which is actually a little bit confronting because you see the transatlantic cable, like he learned how to scuba dive and he went underwater and located it and took a photo. And he also takes photos of data centers and the like, what you're describing. And I do think it is rare that we think about the internet in material terms, that we understand it as cables, as, things that take energy to produce, that data centers suck a huge amount of energy, that Bitcoin is about energy generation. I think there's some growing awareness, but it's usually thought of as something abstract rather than something materially real. And one of the things that comes to mind for me is when Elon Musk tweeted about how he supported the coup in Bolivia. In essence, I don't know if you recall this, but he kind of made this comment because there's a lot of lithium in Bolivia that he's interested in getting his hands on in order to be able to build his batteries. That this guy is supposed to be so futuristic and innovative, he's actually really interested in raw materials that go into the products that he makes. And that's something that we do need to think about as well. This material reality gives rise to political consequences, and, tech titans will fall down on a particular side in particular political struggles, depending on that. And I must admit, it cast it in a new light for me, I suppose. And I do think that is an interesting perspective. I mean, do you agree that also that there's a political dynamic to then the material reality of the internet and artificial intelligence?
Oh yeah, I mean, this is really what the book is all about, like trying to restart a debate on artificial intelligence and reaffirm the materialities of the technologies involved. So, like, to get back, for example, to the acquisition of lithium, right? One of the major problems with AI development is the perpetration of data colonialism. Now, we know that AI and the development of AI at the moment is highly, highly based on extractions, that is coming, unfortunately, again, from the same countries, from the same indigenous communities that have been deprived for centuries. And this is getting replicated again and again. And the fascinating things about, for example, like making sure that they have access to lithium, making sure that they have access to major resources to build this kind of technology is one of the most relevant topics to be discussed. But the thing is, like, especially with artificial intelligence in particular, I think that for me, what really fascinates me is the fact that we are dealing and we touch upon all of these issues because we have at least 4 ways in which it is incredibly detrimental for the planet. The first is that, of course, it relies on data to work. And of course, we know very well the extent of the carbon footprints of data centers. I mean, at the moment, they're about, the entire tech footprint in the world is on trajectory to become 40% of the global footprint. 40%, that's huge, and it's already around 10%. Currently, the aviation industry, the entire transportation industry is at about 3%. So these are very important conversations. So AI connected to data center. But then there is the problem of who trains what. So the kind of computational power that is very crucial to be able to train the algorithms. And I mean, if you're interested, I can talk for half an hour about the most recent studies that have been done to ascertain the kind of carbon footprint coming out of training the algorithm. But then there is another issue, which is the one that you touched upon, which is the third one for me and incredibly important, which is like the appropriation of resources, so the material resources that are necessary to build the devices and the Internet of Things and all the AI-powered devices. So battles for resources, but also battles for e-waste and e-pollution. So the cost of disposing of these, devices is huge as well. And again, data capitalism comes in because all the biggest e-dump in the world are currently in the colonies of the former colonies. So, for instance, China uses mainly Cambodia. Then, the West uses mainly Bangladesh at the moment and South America. And then we pollute this community. This community don't have access to their own resources. And, who pays for this? Of course, there's, the same small local communities. But then there is another fourth way, which is terrifying, and it's something that I've just become aware when I was finishing my book, which is the fact that we are currently, and Peter even earlier mentioned the problem of greenwashing, coming out of tech companies. Well, in here you have huge efforts, huge PR efforts putting together to say, well, we want to reduce our carbon emission, especially of our cloud systems. But the reality is that they're striking, and it's the same digital lords of the West, so the usual GAFAM, that are striking new deals to dig further, so to use AI to be more efficient in digging and extracting oil and gas. So this is a new AI development. And I mean, the whole industry is gonna touch about and be at about 3 billion in the next 10 years, which is, again, something that we should stop immediately. And also in your work, Lizzie, like also the concerns for human rights, we know very well that AI-driven weapons, right, have been already banned. The discussion in Europe about that has been particularly interesting, so we can decide that we ban some technologies. So we could decide that we ban AI to dig better oil and gas, for example. So these are the discussion that we need to have now because of COP26. I mean, we now know, and it's been, evidence in every report, and at COP, it was the starting point of COP, that if we don't reduce the emissions by 50% by 2030, we're not gonna make it. We're not gonna make the 1.5 goal. So when are we gonna have this conversation? It needs to happen really now.
Can I just throw in, and I'm trying to do this on behalf of the panelists that joined us yesterday, whose view were, and I don't want to, I don't think I can do it quite justice, but we had a train of thought that said that these technologies can lead to more efficient distribution of energy, to use the networks we have better. But then secondly, particularly around blockchain technology, the thesis was that the blockchains follow the surplus energy. So they're not actually creating new demands. They're smart enough with their distributive technologies to go where the surplus is to power the engines that do the mining. Now, I'm no expert in this, but it seemed to be quite a compelling counter narrative to the technology is burning up all these resources. So I don't know if you've got a response to that.
Yeah, I do, because I've been doing a lot of book talks in the last couple of weeks, trying really to get this into the debate. And I've been speaking to a lot of engineers and AI developers, and also, network developers. And we had long conversation, especially on neural networks, because neural networks, as you know, are the most incredibly, extractive in terms of consumption of energy. And they guaranteed me that, of course, they're trying really hard to make neural networks also consuming less. And they gave me a couple of examples of great achievements and great improvements in this area, especially. The problem that I was, and I had these engineers, and it was a great result to have engineers agreeing with me that it's taking a bit too long at this stage, right? So the problem is, it is true that there is a move, especially by tech companies, to try to consume fewer carbon and therefore be more sustainable. But the problem is that we are still in a situation where globally the electric grid is based on 64%, on fossil fuels. So 64% is still huge. So, Facebook or, Google can tell us, yes, we are doing our best. Microsoft is claiming now that they have a negative footprint, right? But the problem is that their data centers are still in areas where we don't even have 64%. We have 95% of fossil fuels based electric grid. So the reason why this discussion is so crucial now is precisely because we need to get them on board. So we need really to show them that, if we want to meet this deadline that we have to meet this 1.5, we need to act now on these matters. And we need to make sure really that the production of the electric grid is not based on fossil fuels. So, it's really important that they start collaborating on this. But when I see COP26, and I've been joining debates, in the last 6 months, I see how silos we are in our conversation. So the tech and communication people, policy people talk, in some, governance forum. And then you have the environmental policy forums that don't talk with each other, right? And so it becomes really difficult in a only tech forum to have this conversation without the climate scientists, without environmental policy experts. And I think it was great that NetThing had a session on sustainability, because it's really very rare to see this. And the other thing that I can see, for example, is that there is a incredible move to trying to make also Bitcoin and blockchain, more sustainable. But isn't it fascinating that AI is present in every green recovery packages, but yet there is absolutely no conversation about AI being as demanding as Bitcoin, with actually the addition of the other three components that I mentioned. It's extraordinary, I think. So,
yeah. Lizzie?
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, I think it does return to this myth making, which I think was an evocative way to start, but I think it is an interesting idea that I hadn't thought about in those terms, because we have these assumptions that all of human processes that we have now will sort of need to be optimized to cope with catastrophic climate change, and AI is part of that solution. It's more efficient, it's less wasteful than human decision makers or human structures or processes. And so the drive to then optimize these processes using computer technology, using AI, is left unquestioned. But I do think the tide turns a bit. Like I think increasingly the discussions around Bitcoin focus on environment, probably because it's the most obvious. But I would like to think that in coming years, we'll see more criticism along the lines that you've articulated today, Benedetta, because I think there is an increasing awareness that there are costs associated with optimizing some of this technology. I mean, Naomi Klein did write about this in her book, This Changes Everything, where she writes about potential uses of technology to do things like block out the sun as a way of limiting climate change. And that's obviously more direct. But if we start to rely so heavily on networked computers, I think it's only a matter of time before, activists, civil society, academics like yourself start to ponder these questions in more detail and can give us a true sense of the cost, not just the potential benefit, and how we can weigh those things up. And that we may not need to optimize everything, that in fact there may be systems for which human participation is better. And then, that contributes to a more critical understanding of tech, which I think could only be a good thing personally.
The other point that strikes me, particularly trying to bring today's discussion and yesterday's panel together, was this sense that actually saying technology will save us is kind of like saying the future is going to be in the future.
And we do nothing.
It's an enabler, and you just let that happen as if just let it rip and we'll get to where we want to be. I think I'm a big fan of parameters, guardrails, and red lines as we move forward. And I think one of the things which you've put forward really compellingly is that if you want a model for a technology solution to climate, you also need to place parameters around the technology that at least calculates the cost benefit of going down this path, right? So there would be a very different world if the data centers were powered by renewables, I assume.
Or located in other places, that's part of it too. Because you can offset these costs if they're borne by the powerless. That's part of it too.
Absolutely. Like water is one of the biggest issues. We have data centers in Utah. We have in Australia, with drought, they're a constant. And yet, even if you read DeepMind's publicity and on their website, you see that they say that cooling down data centers is one of the biggest challenges they have. So, all these discussions, again, are so interesting when you look at the climate emergency, and actually probably they help setting the agenda in a way that is more towards the public interest. But I want to give you a very quick example, because it's something that really, I think, pushed me towards this book really hard and pushed me towards wanting to finish it in time for COP. And it was the fact that the only, and this is also something that I think we should argue for, the only longitudinal study that has been done on the cost, so the carbon emission generated by training one algorithm, one algorithm. And I'm talking about a very common kind of language processing system that is like the one that Google Translate uses, So training one of these algorithms, according to the scientists that are based at the University of Massachusetts, Amherst, produces 284 tons of carbon emission. 284. Now, when I read the data, and I'm a political economist, I'm obsessed with data, I said, okay, how can we make, an understanding of this? So this is the equivalent of the average consumption of an average American car in 1 year, okay? And it's also equivalent, and I did the maths, and if you're interested in the book, there is all these maths that I did and redid, and I had so many engineers checking because I couldn't believe what I was writing. Like if you take a flight between London and Rome, the carbon footprint is roughly 234 kilograms. If you take a flight between London and New York, your carbon footprint is 1,000 kilograms. If you train an algorithm, the carbon footprint is 284,000 kilograms. So, this conversation needs to be started because when they tell me, oh, we're doing everything we can, well, we have a huge problem here, and we know very well that we are on track for a carbon footprint of the overall tech industry that is about 40% of the entire consumption. So we need to act fast, right? And I actually proposed a variety of solutions because I actually believe in solutions. And I think that, and I'm pragmatic enough to think that we need to really collaborate with all stakeholders involved and try to find a solution that is, for the best. And I think I would really start with, for example, making it compulsory in every kind of AI-powered solution, AI-powered application, to state in a very transparent way the carbon emission that was necessary, right, for the production. So
carbon
how much
points.
It was used, exactly. So how much it was used for the training, and how much it's used in terms of the mineral resources used, in terms of, everything for the application, the kind of computational power. If you use it on mobile, you spend much more carbon emission. If you use it at home, it's less consuming. So these are things that also citizens need to be aware of.
Hey, I'm going to have to stop us because we've got a very hard 45 minutes. We normally have this for an hour. And if you've enjoyed this discussion, we do it every fortnight and we post burning platforms up on all the places you get a pod. So I'm really sorry we can't keep going anymore, but that was a fantastic discussion. So thanks so much,
thanks, Benedetta.
And thanks, Lizzie. We better let these guys get back to their conference because I think we were just keeping people interested during lunchtime. So thanks, guys.
Thank you, everybody. That was a really great chat. So thank you for all your insights and your knowledge that you shared. There's a lot of food for thought in there. So welcome back, everyone. And welcome to those of you who have just joined us as well for the next session. So coming up, we have a panel, Best Practice for Consent and Safety in Adult Content Distribution. This panel will address consent and safety in adult content distribution and the dual challenge of preventing non-consensual sharing of content while also protecting the rights of sex workers. So a brief description of this session. This panel will address the dual challenges of preventing the online distribution of sexual content produced and shared non-consensually, while at the same time protecting the labour and speech rights of sex workers. COVID-19 has shed light on the exclusion and marginalisation of sex workers, with an increase in digital sex workers selling audio video content. At the same time, online platforms and financial intermediaries have imposed significant restrictions on the distribution of such content. So I will hand over to you, Eliza and Lola.
Thank you very much. We're so happy to be here and to be able to have these conversations with such wonderful people. And just general internet lovers. I'm Eliza Sorensen and I will be your moderator for today. Before we get started, Gulpa, Gaka, Anganya. Welcome, friend. I want to acknowledge that I'm broadcasting from the land of the Wurundjeri Woi people of the Kulin Nation. I want to acknowledge their elders, past and present. Sovereignty was never ceded. It always was and always will be Aboriginal land. When we are discussing topics such as surveillance and censorship, it's critical to recognise that the people from marginalised groups, especially First Nations people, have experienced disproportionate amounts of violence and harm due to the ongoing effects of colonialism and the systems that uphold it. Because we have such a short amount of time today, we're going to be quickly discussing some of the harms of recently passed and proposed legislation, such as the Online Safety Act and the Online Privacy Bill. We'll have on, just marginalised voices, both young and old. So I guess with that, I'm going to give us directly to the panelists, just because I want to hear them speak, not me. So Zara, would you be able to give an introduction of yourself, and as well as about the Online Safety Act?
Yes. Yes.
Eliza, I'm sorry. Go ahead. So Eliza, Zara's not on just yet. Sorry.
Oh, apologize. Sorry, I had assumed she was on. I think something's happening, or someone's controlling stuff, and it's going a little funny. I guess.
I can see Zara.
So yeah, so can I. So sorry, folks, we're having a little bit of technical problems, which is, you know, the internet, really, and just how it. They're coming up as so I can understand now. So, sorry, we're experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties. So, at the moment, as we saw in the last panel, sorry, not the last panel, just before lunch, the online safety harms. Yes, that would be great. Someone.
Do you want me to jump right in, Eliza?
Yeah, thanks.
And again, yeah, sorry about that. Hi, I'm Zara Stadas. I'm a postdoctoral research fellow at the Centre for Automated Decision Making and Society at QUT. And my PhD research was around the regulation of pornography in Australia, particularly looking at queer and feminist pornography in Australia. Just a bit of background in terms of the Online Safety Act. So this was an act that was passed in June. It was going to commence in January 2022. It's really an attempt to address the unprecedented platform power of big tech. However, it does take a very selective approach to how it conceptualizes harm and safety. So the Act has several new initiatives. It has cyberbullying protections to the removal of non-consensual intimate imagery. It also has rapid website blocking provisions to prevent the circulation of abhorrent violent material. It reduces the time frame for takedown notices from 48 to 24 hours. And it can also delete links and require app stores to prevent downloads, with a range of civil penalties up to $110,000 for non-compliance. And the first issue really that it creates for sexual content creators is that under the new online content scheme, users can complain about any kind of sexual content that's not subject to a restricted access scheme. And then this new category, which they've called Class 2, is really an umbrella category. It's kind of a mishmash of a range of different categories from the classification code, including R, X, RC, Category 1 and Category 2 publications. So it's a very broad range of sexual material. It includes actual sex, simulated sex, implied sexual activity, as well as nudity. We know that sex workers already experience very malicious flagging from users and restrictive terms of service, as well as shadow banning and deplatforming. So this emboldens users in a way to complain about sexual content and presumes that sexual content doesn't belong in online space. And the second issue is that it is the affordance of very much unchecked power to the e-Safety Commissioner to make decisions about online content without very much oversight. So the e-Safety Commissioner can decide whether or not to take down content if they think fit. They're not required to give any reasons. There's no substantive criteria for what constitutes removal. And there's also no process for users to then be notified or to have opportunities to respond to complaints. Another problem is that there's no requirement to publish transparent enforcement data that would then allow researchers or civil society to hold the Commission into account. So it's effectively returning to having a kind of chief censor rather than a classification board. And the third issue I want to raise is the power to create a restricted access system. Now, a restricted access system could be something fairly straightforward that asks users whether they're of legal age in the jurisdiction in which they're accessing the content, recognizing that legal age will vary around the world, and the legal age to consent to sexual activity is actually 16. And there is a gap of people between 16 and 18 who can have sex but not view sex. But the government is moving forward with a mandatory age verification roadmap, and some of the things that they're considering involve the uploading of identity documents, which could then be checked with other government databases like credit cards or driver's licenses, as well as biometric verification, including fingerprints or facial recognition technology, or having a person's age estimated by artificial intelligence based on behavioral signals. And I've been doing some preliminary research with my colleague, Dr. Abdul Abid, who has found high levels of racial bias in age estimation software. So some of the risks are that we have a government database with people's sexual preferences and browsing histories that could be leaked or hacked or sold, misused, or shared with law enforcement. We know that the UK dropped its plans in 2019 for age verification because of implementation difficulties and privacy concerns. But also the broader problem is that it's a fundamentally misguided way to protect young people by gathering their data. And we'll discuss a little bit more about that later, that instead of investing in sex education or consent education or porn literacy. So that's a bit of an overview of the Online Safety Act. And I guess the larger problem is that it simply reproduces an already problematic classification framework that people have been complaining about for years, and then applies to an online environment and contributes to this bigger problem of an increasingly privatized and arbitrary and unaccountable decisions about the kinds of sex and sexualities that are visible in online space.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Zara. It is so important when we talk about, age verification and assurance, that when we're looking at methods of identification and collection, that we do raise that there is going to be potentials for enrichment with other data, such as credit cards, just like MasterCard's potentially being a digital identity provider. So with that said, Josh, would you be able to introduce yourself and give us, I guess, a bit of a rundown on how it would impact you and your community?
Yeah, sure. So my name is Joshua Badge and my pronouns are they, them. I am a writer and scholar with their fingers in a few pots. But some of the work that I do in my spare time is freelance in the area of public health, and I do a little bit of work and advocacy around privacy as well. So in terms of how this would impact queer people, for example, taken generally, just making some quick generalizations, as Zara said, in practice under the Online Safety Act, anyone could complain about any online sexual content, and that could be art, as photography particularly, or it could be consensually shared nudes between adults. It could be alts, which are increasingly popular after lockdown. And it's not just just sexual content either, but more broadly content that might have coarse language or just depict nudity or even just implied sexual activity in some way. As Zara also flagged, this is kind of based on an extremely outdated national classifications code that was written before homosexuality was decriminalized. So one of the ways that this recent legislative push poses an issue is that there's a very real risk of coordinated attack orchestrated by right-wing groups masquerading either as faith groups but increasingly as women's interest groups as well. So I'm thinking particularly of the moral panic in the Australian press around trans people, trans health, and trans children in particular. It essentially could be used to censor queer content and queer people online, which really just compounds a whole bunch of other health issues. I'm thinking particularly of social isolation among queer youth. And I guess I just want to dispute the government line that this particular suite of legislation is at its heart about empowering women and protecting children, because if that was true, then they probably would have considered many of the, 300 something submissions that they received, rather than pushing ahead with I guess a deeply troubled legislation. At the end of the day, governments don't pass laws that they don't intend to use.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point. And I believe during one of the Senate standing committees, the e-safety commissioner actually referred to the bill as the sausage being made, which is quite a concerning turn of phrase when you consider it. So, Sai, as an Australian sex worker, I would love to hear how you are seeing the current bouts of legislation.
So it is quite disturbing and cause for concern, not just for everyone, but really especially the sex worker community. We're under a lot of stress as to what the internet's going to look like in the future, and whether we're going to be able to advertise, promote, or even make a living in the case of content creators. The way the bill is worded, we already receive a stupid amount of malicious kind of reports and things like that on our media pages, and having this plus like the quick turnaround takedown time it is probably going to lead to more spurious complaints. And in terms of content providers, like where they're actively making money from providing content online, it's potentially utterly crippling, especially when you look at the content of the bill and see that they can ban addresses and sites if the content's available in Australia. So that doesn't just mean stuff that's hosted here. It kind of means like anything hosted anywhere that we can see here, and the language is broad. So it is terrifying, to think to basically face either a hugely reduced reach and income or a total loss of income next year. And, it's not just sex workers, it's any sex adjacent kind of speakers or industries, like, educators, researchers, and facilitators are already being deplatformed from social media sites. And, I hear people, there's always the glib response of, well, just use something else or don't use the site. It's like, well, that's like saying, okay, well, you're banned from 95% of the world, so just talk into the ocean to find, it's a really ridiculous concept that's driven by this ignorance of like actually how far reaching social media is, and probably from people who have never had their access restricted to social media before.
I think that restriction and just being told to go elsewhere is a very important point, because in one of the previous panels, they did refer to, should we have a child's internet? Well, and it kind of feels like that the internet is becoming a child's internet. It's not necessarily adult friendly. And when you consider other things like banks and financial institutions, we are seeing those kind of things replicated from that. So given we're just talking a little bit about deplatforming, I think, Vixen, would you be able to firstly introduce yourself? Thank you for coming on, and tell me, from your perspective as living in Aotearoa, New Zealand, what you're in such a unique position to be adjacent in a decriminalised area, but still be impacted by not only just Australian laws, but like United States laws such as loss assessor.
Kia ora everyone, thank you so much for having me. My name is Vixen Temple. I am Ngāti Ruakawa. I am a Tamaki Makaurau-based sex work activist, sugar baby, stripper, and I have recently gone into full service sex work as a result of the online censorship, which isn't a boo-hoo poor me, but it does concern me of the people that are not ready to go into full service who are being forced into that scenario. So I have experience with being deplatformed. I had a blog, Vixen Temple blog, that I started back in 2018. I entered the world of sex work online, and then I started stripping, and then I became a sugar baby. I started writing about my experiences, and they seem to touch people and resonate with people. And over time, my Instagram...
Apologies, Vixen. Would I be able to get you to just move your mic a little bit closer to your mouth so we can hear? Thank you. Sorry.
Do you want me to start again? Did anyone hear me? Should I go from the start?
No, I think it's okay. Oh no, sorry, apparently start again. I apologize.
No, people ask me to start again. I'll start again. Sorry about that. Kia ora, my name is Vixen Temple. I am a Tamaki Makaurau-based sex worker. I am Ngāti Ruakawa and the McLeod clan, very proud descendant of those. So I have experience with being deplatformed because in 2018, I entered the world of sex work online, and then as a result of foster sister, I started stripping and doing sugar babying, which I absolutely enjoy, don't get me wrong, but it does concern me how much these online laws are forcing people into scenarios they might not be really comfortable with yet. But I started a blog where I spoke about my experiences as a sex worker in Aotearoa. It gathered quite a large following over time. My Instagram was able to gather a community, which I referred to as my coven of sex workers. And then I was deplatformed in April of this year, not even for nudity. I made a post with a sign that says sex work is not consent. I spoke up about how I was assaulted by a client, and the judge and the lawyer used my job as a justification for his actions. And I made a post about it, and the post got my whole page deleted. I was not given the opportunity to repeal it. I was told by Instagram, wait 24 hours and you can be in touch with us. After a few hours, my page was gone entirely, and I had lost 3 years worth of work in a minute. I wasn't given the chance to fight it. And that's my concern, is that we are not even given the chance to advocate for ourselves. And my concern is, as a white passing cis woman, I use she, her pronouns. If I'm experiencing this sort of censorship, I can't even imagine how much harder it must be for other minorities. I'm also a queer woman, so I'm just sick of my lifestyle being fetishized and censored. And I live in Aotearoa. Sex work has been decriminalised here since the 2003 Prostitutes Reform as a result of the New Zealand Sex Work Collective. But despite that, we still face negative stigma. And a lot of that does come from the online censorship that we face. It feeds into the ideology that we are this othered society that is taboo and should not be spoken about. And it has been extremely isolating to lose my Instagram. It has impacted my mental health greatly. That was a place that I was able to connect to other sex workers and help other sex workers. And I've lost it by speaking up about my sexual assault. And it has been extremely triggering for me to feel that I'm being silenced. It feels like the modern era of the witch hunt, really, and I'm really tired of it. So that's my input as an Aotearoa-based sex worker. Despite the fact that it's decriminalised here, we face extreme negative stigma, and these online censorships does not help feed into that.
Thank you so much, Vixen. I firstly want to apologise because no one should face that level of violence and stigma. And it's why these conversations are so important, because I feel that a lot of people in policy and technology roles tend to ignore and other us because it's easy. We aren't very palatable, and no one wants to be seen as trying to not protect the children. And that's very much not what this is about. We all do care. So I think that's actually a really good way to kind of move forward into the basic online safety expectations, which it's due next Friday if you're looking for a submission. So I guess, Zara, can you tell us what is it trying to accomplish?
Yeah, of course. And I encourage, as you have, everybody to write a submission coming up this week. So the basic online safety expectations are part of the Online Safety Act. It's part 4 of the Online Safety Act, and it basically sets out the requirements for a determination of basic online safety standards for social media services and others. And they articulate the government's minimum safety expectations for online service providers. And the idea is that they will protect the community from abusive conduct and harmful conduct online. One of the problems, obviously, is that they conflate sex with harm. And there's some great books about this, including Susanna Parsonen's recent work, Not Safe for Work, Katrine Tiedenberg and Emily Vandenegel, their book, Sex on Social Media. Katrine's also written a book about Tumblr and the purging of sexual content from Tumblr. So there's a lot of work that already speaks about the problematic presumption that sex equals harm. So the Minister's now consulting on the draft, and the key issues for sexual content creators is that they incentivize platforms to simply remove and deplatform content in order to comply with the standards. So it's a core expectation that service providers will take reasonable steps to ensure that technological or other measures are in effect to prevent access by children to Class 2 material. So there's an expectation platforms will implement measures to make sure people under 18 can't access sexual content, which raises two issues. The first is how sexual content is identified, and then the second issue, how age is identified or how age is verified. And it means that platforms may employ artificial intelligence to scale and screen and detect nudity, of which we know there's regularly overcapture of material, or employ age verification mechanisms to restrict access. Or if those things are too onerous or too expensive, they may just take the simple route and prohibit sexual content altogether, as many social media platforms have. So there's likely to be a chilling effect of these. And we've seen from legislation in the US, including FOSTA-SESTA, which requires intermediaries to avoid facilitating prostitution or promoting prostitution on their platforms, that they provide a legal incentive for platforms to effectively take down all sexual content. And there's now moves in the US to assess the impact of FOSTA-SESTA. Last year, Congress introduced a Safe Sex Worker Study Act to study the effects of FOSTA on consensual adult sex work. So the same thing could happen in Australia, the Online Safety Act. But also more broadly, algorithms may not be able to determine what is Class 1 or Class 2 content, which requires a kind of in-depth understanding around the classification code, which can be quite ambiguous because so many platforms now restrict sexuality and nudity. We know they pick up a range of users from people seeking to hook up to sex educators, to sex workers, or as Vixen said, people who are simply speaking out about their own sexual assaults. And there's increasing evidence now around how this affects community development work and sex education, HIV prevention, access to abortion and family planning and other harm reduction services. And I'm actually doing a research project at the moment that's being led by Kath Aubrey, partnering with UNESCO, where we're looking at how these laws impact on the global distribution of sexual and reproductive health materials. But we know for sex workers, there's also serious consequences around movement building. So Hacking Hustling, who are a collective in the US, did community research, which was called Posting into the Void, and they found that 51% of sex worker activists and organizers had been shadow banned at some point on social media. And so these surveillance technologies were really interrupting their ability to earn an income on the one hand, but also to do movement organizing. So we know that algorithms are very poor at understanding context. Machine learning generally struggles with context. Often algorithms designed to detect sex simply are programmed to detect explicit words. We have lots of examples where content has been blocked because of the use of an explicit word, even if it wasn't in violation of the terms of service. And also it's not just about speech. We know that nudity classifiers are particularly problematic in recognizing particular body parts or skin tones, or they're based on unrepresentative training data sets. We know that facial recognition technology has very high rates of error when purporting to recognize the gender of people, that it has significant racial bias, including very high rates of error when used among women of color. We know that classifiers that attempt to recognize the gender of people's nipples are always going to fail because not all nipples are gendered, or they're gendered in a way that is incoherent or unintelligible to the cisnormative assumptions and configurations of machine classifiers. So there's inherent biases in the technologies that reproduce structural oppressions. And at the moment, the problem is that tech companies or governments just think there are simple tech solutions to ensure safety online. We'll just to get our algorithms to work more effectively or more accuracy, but actually it's a broken policy framework. And the problems lie in how the community standards and the terms of service are being iterated, how the software is being designed and deployed, and also the ways in which Class 2 content has been defined with the Online Safety Act. But I think the bottom line is we need not be screening for sex at all. We should be able to integrate sex onto platforms, just like other forms of cultural media. We don't need an exceptionalist approach. And I'll just make one other point about encryption and anonymity, because the basic online safety expectations include an expectation that social media firms will take reasonable steps in regard to encrypted services to address and detect material or activity that may be unlawful or harmful. But we know that encryption is a way that sex workers stay safe, especially from police in a context where criminal and licensing laws persist. And I recently just published an article on this about sex workers' experiences of police in Australia, where people around Australia reported bribery and entrapment and inaction from police. And there's also lots of research about how anonymity doesn't necessarily keep people safe online either. And anonymity is important for marginalized communities who experience repercussions if they have their legal identity linked to various forms of work or sexuality.
That's such a fantastic roundup of it. And I just want to say thank you for all the work that you do into elevating these voices and these concerns. Sai, I think this is a great time to touch on. There's a lot of focus on safety, and it's often framed as this fixed end state. And this concept is highly contested. And some have suggested that there is no real true safety, just as there's no real true security or privacy. There's only harm reduction. What is your take on this in relation to the current, discussions in policy and online safety, and how might we better think about the concept of safety?
Thanks for that. Yeah, look, safety as an ideal concept, just doesn't exist. It's like trying to find a perfect circle or square in nature. It's like, it's a construct. It does not exist. You can strive for it. But to say there's some end point that you can reach by just legislating harder and harder is, really disingenuous and actively, ironically, harmful to our society. I find deeply problematic, and Zara, I think we've all touched on this, that they've lumped sex, BDSM, sexual expression, under the same banners as non-consensual image posting, cyberbullying and abuse, to claim that it's inherently harmful, I flat out 100%, disagree with that concept. That we have to be kept safe from our own selves, our own primal natures, is really offensive and disturbing, and leads to more harm. Repressing our sexuality leads to more harm than allowing it reign. And it's quite funny because Paul in the previous panel from the safety office is saying, they're creating a safety belt, a seat belt for the internet. That's actually a really inaccurate analogy. It's more like they're creating a military blockade and checkpoint system where you charge suburbs for people driving through them, stop them from driving to others, hold up traffic, and you can only drive around with your full name and address printed on your car. That's not a fucking safety belt. That's it's utterly over-engineered crap that's just unnecessary. There's duplication of roles that law enforcement agencies have. It's excessive. It's not fit for purpose. And that's one of the problems with the bill, is that it contains two elements to it. There's a reactive element and an individual element against bullying, against non-consensual image posting, where they want to give more power to the individual to be able to, get those abuses stopped or removed. And power to that. It's about individuals gaining power to take control of their narrative online. That's great. Some of the methods might be really flawed, but that concept is, it's a good thing. But then there's this prescriptive side of it, where it's based on subjective definitions of harm, of moral panic, and it affects everyone. It removes choice. It disempowers people as opposed to empowering them. So it's, again, this really nasty little addendum to what started off as a bullying protection bill and has turned into this social engineering censorship bill. And as been mentioned before, it's that thing where they set it up so it's no, it's about protecting the children. Won't someone think of the children? So if you speak out about it, it's just oh, do you hate children? It's no, you've just created a bill that's not fit for purpose, and you've tried to lump multiple things in there where the mechanisms are broad and incredibly unsubtle. You know, you're using sledgehammers where scalpels would be better used. It also, you know, brings up the question of like, who is being kept safe by this? You know, they're talking about making people safe, protecting women and children. Well, this is going to like adversely affect sex workers, you know, of which you know, women are overwhelmingly represented. You know, so are you keeping all women safe, or are you keeping a certain class of women safe? You know, are you keeping a certain like social strata of women safe? Like, you know, that's what the question, you know, should be asked. And that is that, you know, they're saying that safety is this broad concept that they can apply to everyone and everything, but yeah, within this attempt to make people safe, they're actually making other people unsafe, you know. And I like to think of, you know, the harm minimization is so much more helpful. It's such a more helpful way to look at it, you know. And there's a great example in BDSM where the two frameworks for consent and like play are kind of SSC, which means safe, sane, and consensual, versus RAC, which is risk-aware consensual kink. So I disagree with SSC as a concept because, again, it says safe. You can't have anything be guaranteed to be safe, you know, and so therefore, really, if you're taking it, you know, at its word, you can't really play with anyone. I find the word sane to be offensive to neurodivergence, and you know, it's so SSC is this like really highly prescriptive. It's an ideal, it's a platonic ideal of like, you know, how you should be able to play. Whereas risk-aware consensual kink means that you acknowledge things are going to go wrong. You acknowledge that living life is inherently dangerous and chaotic, and you can't keep people 100% safe unless you're going to lock them in a padded cell and brainwash them and drug their food.
I guess that's an interesting thing to move on from. Like, I guess, you know, what is actually safety for each individual? As a queer teenager who was living with someone who was quite homophobic and racist, it made it very difficult to access services in a way that I felt safe. And I can only say, as touching on from something Joshua said, is that social isolation really did hurt me as a child growing up in rural Australia. So going on from that, apologies, the exposure draft for the online privacy bill, which was put up by the Attorney General, it states that it apparently enables the introduction of a binding online privacy code for social media and certain other platforms and increases penalties and enforcement measures. Do we really need that, or do we actually need, you know, the Privacy Act and an enforceable human rights charter? Joshua, it says this, you know, Australians will need to verify their age before getting accounts that enables 2 or more end users, including online interactions. So like this could be, you know, email, Spotify, Tinder, Grindr. What are the potential harms in your eyes, especially for those who are holding compounding marginalized identities?
Yeah, that's a great question. Before I answer it, I actually just want to kind of affirm something that Sai said, just to kind of summarize it. But, you know, there is no upper limit on what a government can try to do to make people safe. There is no point at which everyone actually becomes safe. And so it becomes this, you know, turtles all the way up almost. And you see it's a particular kind of legislative strategy that has more to do with the real politique of what the government wants the electorate to see, rather than actually making good laws. So exactly the same thing happened under the Howard government in the early 2000s with anti-terror laws, where they were passing just dozens and dozens of laws every year, and creating this whole new body of law without any real direction. You know, there is no upper limit. To answer the question that you just asked, under the Online Safety Act already, you know, the Commissioner can, for example, suppress public health campaigns if they're deemed to be inappropriate, if they have a little bit of nudity in them, for example, if they're a little bit sexy for their target audience. The online privacy bill goes a little bit further, as you say, by creating an online privacy code, which requires, among other things, parental consent for users under 16. And as you've already just kind of touched on there with your own little anecdote, that is, particularly problematic for young queer people. So the implicit assumption here is that children or teenagers rather, minors don't really have any autonomy and don't really know what's best for them, and parents always do, which basically any queer person will be able to tell you is simply not the case. Thinking about information, queer people, especially queer minors, often don't receive any sex ed that's actually applicable to them in their entire lives. And so online resources, online spaces can be really important in that regard, so that they are practicing safe sex, that they understand consent, that they understand the anatomy of how all of that works for them. In terms of information, that's especially true of gender non-conforming youth who might not have access to any kind of support, or very importantly, affirmative healthcare. So, the information on online spaces can prevent harm. I'm thinking of, for example, how to bind correctly in a way that isn't going to hurt a young person, what materials they can, and importantly, what materials they should not use in order to do that. So kind of considered holistically, access to those kinds of spaces can be really life-saving, which isn't going to work if you need your parents' permission to sign on to Twitter, or the information that the state AIDS Council has published, or thinking about really getting into specifics, but thinking about really difficult cases. Several jurisdictions have criminalized sexual orientation change efforts, or commonly known as conversion therapy. But there's some that haven't. And so what is the young queer person in a family or community of faith who is experiencing, being subject to conversion therapy with no kind of access to outside support supposed to do when they need their parents' permission to access the internet, to communicate with other queers, to try and find help and to access services? In that situation, a parent can essentially use the rules that are being proposed to very deliberately isolate their child. And, we can have a different discussion about at what point that constitutes an abuse in itself. But the point is just, as I said, that these aren't really fit for purpose. The other thing that I want to really highlight, again, also as I suggested, is to think about, when we're talking about protecting children, which children are being protected. So the government isn't interested in talking about, hate speech and keeping queer kids or kids of color or Aboriginal kids safe from, hate speech and online. It's really more of a flavor about protecting a certain kind of child, cis-het, white middle class, from a certain kind of harm, in this case, exposure to sexual material of any description. So there's a real ideological bent to these laws.
Absolutely. I think we've got 5 minutes left. So we've really touched on the fact that this legislation and pieces like it are really about control. And, children grow into adults. What can we do to protect the interests of children and young people, our future adults, and not normalizing this level of surveillance and censorship? I will pass to you first, Sai, and then Dixon and Josh, and then Zara. So let's go.
Cool. So this is a very real question for me, because I'm expecting my first child in January. So, just thinking about the kind of world that I want them to live in, I don't want them to live in a puritanical, gentrified internet. I want them to have those opportunities to explore themselves and those aspects of themselves that they find true. To me, what I feel I can do best to protect them and to prepare them, is to train them to think, is to to talk to them, is to give them and create a safe space where they can feel they can approach me for anything, for any advice about anything that's bothering or any questions, and I can answer them truthfully without sugarcoating it, and it's you know, it might be harder, it might be a lot more awkward to like, you know, tell a very young child like about, you know, some like wild BDSM scene they might have seen, or like, you know, sexual content or anything, you know, that involves like a complexity of discussion. But, you know, I'm telling you that kids are capable of understanding a lot more than you think they can. You know, I was like, you know, pretty precocious as a kid. I know lots of other kids who are, and we artificially infantilize them in ways that does them no favors when they grow up, absolutely none, you know, in preparing them for the world.
All right, Vixen.
Kia ora, congratulations, Sai. Hi, congratulations, Sai. Just adding on to what Eliza said and a few of us have mentioned, kids become grown-ups very quickly, and we are severely underestimating what it is that kids are able to comprehend. As Sai mentioned, I was a very curious child, and I think the otherness of it all made me feel more outside and that there was something inherently wrong with me. And so I internalized that for a very long time. As a sex worker, I am very up close and personal with the community. I have grown adult men who do not know how to clean their foreskin. We need sex hygiene, we need sex education. These are adult men who don't even know where the clitoris is. They don't know how lesbians have sex. They don't know how to make their wives orgasms. And I am educating these men how to please their damn wives, because they're not getting this information on the internet, or when they do, it's through the eyes of the male gaze, which is inherently what I see being approved on the internet. The male gaze through this heteronormative nuclear family lens. And if it's not that, it's fetishized. If it's any other minority, you are a fetish, and that gets instantly taken down. It's frustrating to have to deal with grown-ups. I feel for them, because they have been raised in a very sexually repressed society. And I'm just going to shamelessly plug, I have a podcast episode on the history of censorship. I would greatly encourage you to listen to it. Burn the Patriarchy podcast. It talks a lot about how the history of American censorship, it's just to uphold the Christian nuclear family, and it leaves no room for anyone that falls outside of that binary. And we really need to have that conversation. And I'd also like to quickly add that migrant sex work is not decriminalized in Aotearoa. I forgot to mention that before. Tēnā koe.
And I think we should be able to do it quite quickly. Josh and Zara, I apologize to the lovely folks in the next panel.
Yeah, sorry, I'll try to be really brief. I think the number one thing that comes to mind when talking about protecting kids is just education. You know, have all of the you know, classifications laws and censorship laws that exist for, you know, out in meat space stopped you know, teenagers from getting their hands on physical porn if they really want to. Probably not. You know, regulators and the lobby groups that are motivating them really just need to take a deep breath and think about, you know, you're not going to be able to stop a teenager from, you know, you can't get them to do stuff that they don't want to do, and you're not going to stop them from doing stuff that they want to do either. So the really important thing is to, for example, that, you know, educate them so that they understand that, you know, certain things they see in porn are simulated, that, you know, what they don't see in porn often is negotiations around consent. You know, that's, looking at the statistics around sexual assault in this country, that's what strikes me as really important. Not, you know, this idea that seeing people naked or even having sex or, you know, seeing nude art is going to somehow break a child at any age, really. So my answer is simply to talk to children like they are intelligent and like this is, you know, the kind of acts that we're talking about are perfectly normal.
And Zara, thank you so much. I apologize, one more minute and we're done. And I just want to quickly say thank you all, and please submit a response.
I'll be super quick, but just to draw upon everything that the other panelists have said, especially around this idea of exposure narrative. All these laws are based on a flawed exposure narrative that incorrectly assumes that young people accessing sexual content will be harmed, but actually the research shows that young people are critical media consumers. Sexually explicit media is important to young people's development. It can assist in identity construction and knowledge and be a resource for intimate practices. It can affirm people's desires. And we know also that young people are critical of this kind of risk talk about the dangers of pornography and harm and these kind of vague allegations around harm. And that often bothers young people more than the pornographic content that they encounter. So this is largely a problem for adults rather than for children. And the final thing I'll say is that there is a human rights framework that sets out what sexual rights look like at an international level. World Association for Sexual Health released a declaration on sexual pleasure in 2019 about how pleasure can be taken up by governments, by tech platforms, in education. We know that young people have a right to health, which includes a right to the highest attainable standard of sexual health. So our governments need to take this seriously and consider what they can do at a regulatory level to ensure that our digital frameworks support young people's access to health information.
Thank you so much, everyone, for all of that. I am just so energized and actually have hope for our future some days with folks like yourself. So we'll hand off to the next panel and remember to submit. Bye.
Thank you so much, everyone, for the very interesting and informative panel. I would like to introduce our next and final panel for NetThing 2021, the Mass Surveillance and Democracy, Identity and Disrupt Bill. This panel will be discussing surveillance and censorship laws in Australia, government and corporate manipulation of the media and the role whistleblowers play. So a quick brief about the session. So surveillance and censorship laws are slowly chipping away at democracy in Australia. Our fourth pillar of democracy, the media, is now manipulated by government and corporate interests, and its role as the people's watchdog is being compromised. Whistleblowers shine a spotlight on wrongdoings that may otherwise go unchallenged. However, how do we take the necessary steps to counter the state and corporate threats to our freedom and privacy? I'll now hand over to Rita and Angus.
Thank you so much, Emily. What an amazing program that we've had today. I'm absolutely inspired. And Eliza, what an inspiring panel that you put together. It's so wonderful to hear so many voices and how it just broadens out the way in which we can actually engage in the world. So thank you so much. Okay, so I'm Rita Mack. I'm board member of Electronic Frontiers Australia, and we are sponsoring this talk, Mass Surveillance and Democracy. My co-host is Angus Murray, founder of EFA Talks, and Angus is a partner in trades marks attorney at Irish Bentley Lawyers and an adjunct lecturer at the University of Southern Queensland. Now, joining us on this panel is Manal Al-Sharath. She hasn't joined us right now, but she'll be here any moment. She's a human rights activist and a cybersecurity expert. She is known for her best-selling memoir, Daring to Drive, A Saudi Woman's Awakening, and for leading the hashtag Women to Drive movement. She is currently hosting Tech for Evil, an explosive podcast about the dark side of big tech. We have Brian Martin, a social scientist in the School of Humanities and Social Inquiry at the University of Wollongong. Brian is the International Director of Whistleblowers Australia. Now, for over 40 years, he has been a noteworthy leader in the fields of freedom of speech, corrupted institutions, and dissent in the context of science. He has also authored over 20 books on related topics. And we also have Aidan Ricketts, a social and environmental activist, academic and writer, lecturer at the School of Law and Justice at Southern Cross University, and Elliot Mann, a recent graduate of Swinburne Law School in Melbourne, Australia, where he has majored in law and cybersecurity. So we have just this awesome panel. But first of all, who would have thought that the Orwellian future in terms of mass technological surveillance would today be so surpassed so absolutely? Mass surveillance is here, and most of you are unaware of the implications it has on our lives right now and in the future. NSA whistleblower Edward Snowden exposed America's secret advanced surveillance regime in 2013, which is more sophisticated than the technology depicted in Orwell's book, 1984. Yet Australia is one of the most heavily surveyed countries in the West. And Many laws have passed over the last 6 years, which has enabled mass surveillance into law. Australian police can now hack your device, collect or delete your data, take over your social media accounts. So let's be really clear here. In law, Australia is now a surveillance state and joins the ranks of China, Russia, and North Korea. These laws get passed in a rut and with the same narrative that there is always some sort of outside threat that demands citizens' rights are further eroded to keep us safe, which we now have weaponized in this already existing surveillance architecture into law. However, it's not just government intrusion into our lives. Corporations are also engaged in surveillance capitalism and reaping billions of dollars through exploitation. And while privacy laws in this country for Australians remain weak. Angus, this is not a good situation for democracy at both a state and commercial level, and it's certainly not easing up.
No, Rita, I don't think we're easing up, and I think we've rapidly accelerated down a path, as you said, over the 6 years, but probably more so since the events around 9/11. And it's concerning, as you said, this is happening in a context where Australia is the only Western democratic country that lacks an enforceable federal human rights framework. And despite numerous recommendations made by law reform commissions and parliamentary inquiries and the Productivity Commission, we don't have a taught for serious invasion of privacy in this country, which other Western countries like the United Kingdom and the United States do enjoy. It's also concerning and interesting that frameworks like the General Data Protection Regulation in the European Union that is extremely pro-privacy and pro-individual rights has been adopted into other jurisdictions, some of those jurisdictions being surprising, like China very recently and Saudi Arabia, which I'm sure Manal can talk to. It's concerning because there's a landscape evolving in front of us that creates a situation where trust is being broken down and bargains of relationships between individuals and the state are being harmed. I think there was an incredibly valuable series of points made in the last panel, and I'm extremely grateful for the panelists for sharing their views in the safety context. There's an overlap here in the surveillance space. And I think one of the points that was made, and Joshua made this quite well, was the one-size-fits-all approach the legislature is attempting to roll out. We've seen very recently the introduction of the Surveillance Amendment Identify and Disrupt Act, which became law on the 7th of September this year. It came in the face of widespread criticism made by academics, technologists, big corporations, and human rights and civil rights advocates. A lot of the criticism that sat around that was the way in which the legislation was being explained in the media by politicians, and the ultimate provisions that came into law. And by that I mean the disconnect between legislation that is expressed to be targeted towards prevention of terror offences, prevention of human exploitation, and prevention of human trafficking. The legislation that we see today now as law is much, much wider than that framework that we were led to believe that the legislation would be targeted towards. I can go through that in a little bit, Rita, but I think we've got some wonderful people on this panel that have different perspectives. So before I do the lawyerly thing and explain as best as I can in ordinary speech what the legislation means for us, I think it's good to set the parameters and context of where this comes to from a human rights activist, from protesters and from whistleblowing perspectives.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Angus, and welcome Manal Al-Sharev. So lovely to have you here, she's just joined. Now, Manal, not only have you been investigating, like reporting on Pegasus, you have a lived experience of how surveillance can impact one's life. And I guess in this bit, we're interested in what you've discovered and also what's happening in Australia.
Yes, hi everyone. Thank you for having me. Pegasus, we've been talking about it since 2016. It's called private cyber surveillance. And imagine it as intelligence for sale. And the best intelligence in the world today are the US and Israel for many reasons. Israeli companies, they have a lucrative market in selling their intelligence to oppressive regimes like Saudi Arabia, the UAE, you name it. And unfortunately, we've been, as activists from the Middle East who've been targeted, was part of the Arab Spring uprising. We've been targeted heavily by private surveillance. Like my phone was hacked a couple of times, I had to change it, and I'm a cybersecurity expert. And I could never put my head around how they could hack my phone. I have all the precautions of a cybersecurity professional who teach people on being safe online. How can I was subject for being hacked? Thankfully, the revelation came recently about Pegasus. It's created by an Israeli company called NSO Group. They have millions of dollars to invest in researchers who would find something called zero-click vulnerability. What's a zero-click vulnerability? You don't have to click any link. You don't have to interact with your phone, and you get infected. And they usually target iPhones, because most of journalists and activists who use iPhones because it's private. It's not like Google is very chatty. And the zero-click they use was one of the zero-click vulnerabilities they found on iPhone was in your iMessages. So you would receive an image, a GIF image on your iMessages, and that's it. Your phone is infected. The other one they found was a missed call on your WhatsApp. They found a vulnerability in WhatsApp. You just receive a missed call and you're infected. And when I say infected, that means they are sitting behind your back, looking at your screen as if they are exactly sitting next to you. So we use Signal as an encrypted messaging as activists, but they could see our Signal messages because they had they look at our phone as if they're sitting there. So encryption didn't help. So even our encrypted messages using Signal didn't help. They were seeing everything. And one of my activist friends, when she was released from jail, she was talking to me on WhatsApp, and I was asking her, please use Signal. And she said, no, they see everything. They were showing her screenshots of her Signal messages with us. They collected data about us. They used it for the court. And that what scares me. So Pegasus project, if you want to go online and read about Pegasus project, there were a leak of 55,000 phone numbers. They suspect those phone numbers were people targeted by Pegasus tool. And these numbers revealed head of states, heads of governments, journalists, activists, you name it, ministers. The list goes on and on and on this list. And then finally, this week, the US banned NSO Group and other Israeli companies, also a couple of Russian and Ukrainian companies. They banned them from selling their private intelligence in the US. They still can't ban them from selling it to authoritarian regimes like Saudi Arabia. But I think this is a good step forward, acknowledgement that these are dual-use technology, and in the wrong hands, it can be used against us. And I think Australia should also step here and ban such technology from selling their tech here in Australia. Cellar Bright is one of these cyber surveillance technology, and the founder of Cellar Bright is based in Sydney. And it's been used by AFB, by intelligence in Australia. The same company sell their technology to oppressive regimes in Africa, in the Middle East, and in Asia. So the question here, the moral question is, when democracies would step in and say there should be regulations around dual-use tech, like Pegasus, it's in the wrong hand. And Pegasus, as I mentioned, it needs millions of dollars for you, because it's when you find these zero-click vulnerabilities, it's a short shelf life. It doesn't, once the makers, Apple, find out about this vulnerability, they patch it right away. So you lose access to this vulnerability. So it needs people with deep pockets, and those are not individuals. Those are states. And that's our problem as activists, because we've been sounding the alarm for years. It's a dual use, and democracies were not listening until now Pegasus project came. I don't think we should wait anymore. We should take action today. We should go and talk to the parliament. We should have a petition. I was talking to Angus to have a petition to the parliament in Australia to ban such dual use technology from being sold to dictatorship and states with history with human rights abuses. That's all from me. Thanks, Rita.
Thank you, Manal. So we're just going to go straight into Brian now. Brian, as Chair of Whistleblowers Australia, what are the challenges that whistleblowers face, like under surveillance?
Thanks, Rita. I'd like you to imagine that you have a job, perhaps a contract with an agency of some sort, and then you discover that there's dodgy things going on. It could be that there's backdoors being built into systems, that there's extortion going on, siphoning of money, nepotism, disclosing trade secrets. There's a whole range of things. And of course, the classic one is just someone taking out getting bribes. So you think, oh, there's a problem here. Management should know about it so they can fix the problem. But then you realize, uh-oh, someone else, one of your colleagues, reported this very problem and they ended up losing their job. Or maybe they just weren't reappointed. So you think, oh, that's dangerous. Now, I can tell you, I've talked to hundreds of whistleblowers over the past 30 years. And the most common thing they say is that they tried the official channels. They went to the ombudsman, they went to the auditor general, they went to management to start with. Usually they went to their boss, and they go to the courts, they go to the parliamentarian, and it doesn't work. All of those official channels are failures. They're actually a trap because you think they're going to work, you think you're protected, and you're not. So if you're lucky or just had the right advice, you realize, oops, I'm not going to speak out. I need to reveal this information, but do it in a way so that I'm not identified. So you basically become a leaker. Now, who do you leak to? Leak to a journalist. That's the obvious thing. And the media is one of the great allies of whistleblowers. But here's the trap. Now, if you ring the journalist, that's the obvious thing to do. I'll ring the journalist. Oh, the journalist runs a big story. And then what do? You got metadata retention. Metadata retention means they'll track every call to that journalist and track down every single person who called and track them down. And it doesn't matter whether you encryption and so forth, they got all the back doors. Now, if you're in national security, you're going to be in big trouble because you go to prison for 5 years as a whistleblower. And the journalist could go to prison for 5 years as well. That's the most amazing sort of thing. And identify and disrupt, you can imagine someone in a highly sensitive thing. It could be organized crime, and I'm talking about government crime, organized crime, and they think this is very serious. We're going to go in and trap this person. We're going to take over their accounts, and we're going to change all the information that incriminates us. That's what this law allows. It allows basically evil things to be done in the name of doing good. So what's happened now is we're going back to recommending very, you might say, simple things to do. If you want to contact a journalist, then you go and you meet them face to face, and you never leave any electronic trails. Or you go to an international journalist, so they might not have the metadata, they wouldn't have as easy a track down. Or you use anonymous remailers, and you put the information online, send out the URLs, and then throw away the independent machine you had, so forth. So there's various ways to get around it, but the final message here is that we have to go to such extreme measures to avoid surveillance, to expose corruption, to expose wrongdoing inside the system, that we're basically living in a repressive state. And we've got to start behaving as if we are subjects of a repressive state, and not expect they're going to change any rules, but just that we're going to show that it's not going to work. Thank you.
Yeah, Brian, I think you've just sort of named some of the issues that we're having. Brian Martin, International Director of Whistleblowers Australia. Obviously, we have to be a hell of a lot more creative now, and we've got a lot more to lose. And as you've said, this is not the way in which a democracy operates. Now, Aidan, the challenges facing activists in the life world and now amplified in the digital world. Can we just talk about, from your perspective, you've been so involved in activism for decades now.
Yeah, I mean, I was interested, just noting on something Brian just said about, you have to go and see them in person and leave no digital trail. And that's something that I think is kind of interesting in all this, is that this surveillance industry, both state and corporate, is very much wrapped, of course, around digital surveillance, which potentially is leaving some gaps in the life world for those who are able to actually continue to operate in the life world. The old style of surveillance, was the dark cars parked outside your house watching where you go, actual physical surveillance. There's probably, and I'm not an expert on it, but there's probably a lot less of expenditure on that kind of work now, and a complete emphasis on digital. I mean, it's not really a ray of hope as such, but it certainly, suggests to me that, where things are happening in the life, very much grounded in the life world, they may sometimes end up being beyond the gaze of this digital surveillance. But it is interesting, getting to your question. I mean, I was involved in things like organising forest blockades in the early 1990s, when we didn't really. I mean, mobile phones were just beginning. Strangely enough, there was some of the early adopters of email were using a system based in the Northern Rivers called Pegasus, which is kind of ironic. Those things were not very there. It was still very much handbills and marketplaces and, mobilising people face to face. I think there was a bit of a golden age for a while where, the internet came along with its promise of easier activist mobilisation. And I think it worked that way for a little while, in that a lot of the creative thinking was coming from, what we might call the left or the activist left, in terms of how to use the internet for mobilisation. But following behind that was, I think, two things. One was the surveillance state learning from that and following that. And then also what we've seen more recently, of course, is sort of right-wing movements learning from that and adapting it very skillfully to their own purposes, and adapting it also through the use of marketing. And as somebody sort of mentioned, there's those who have deep pockets and those who don't. I mean, activists have always done it on an oily rag, but when the bigger corporations and state decide to do these things, they can combine everything they know about marketing and corporate surveillance into their state surveillance, and do it that way. So certainly, depending on what kind of activism you're involved in, this is either utterly sort of disruptive or it's partially disruptive. I mean, thankfully, some of the things I've been involved in have been very life world based. Things like the giant Bentley blockade. There was a huge amount of face-to-face communication going on there. And certainly as activists, we also learnt that there's a special place for face-to-face communication in the modern world, because everybody's got a sort of a credulity filter for anything that's getting online. But when they meet in country halls, when they talk to their neighbours over fences, they bring down their credulity filter and they're a bit more prepared to believe things. So yeah, in brief, I think there was a bit of a golden age, the liberating potential of the internet, but it's long gone now. And I think what fascinates me is people's attitude to corporate surveillance, and it's something I analysed years ago about corporations. Our liberalist worldview really starts from an idea of individualism and then posits this idea that the state is a threat to individual liberty. Now, whilst that's partially true, strangely enough, in a philosophical sense, business and corporations are never plonked on the state version of that dichotomy. They're always transferred to the individual side of that dichotomy. And yet, I sort of agree with David Corton, who wrote When Corporations Rule the World, that we really should be seeing corporations as modern governance institutions, because corporations have state-like impacts on our lives. And so I think a really big thing to sort of bring into our awareness, or to the awareness of the public more, is to stop thinking it's only the government that will surveil you and that it's only the government that is a problem when it comes to human rights and privacy. The corporations increasingly act in a government-like way as governance institutions. I think that's something we really need to get across. And as you start to privatise things that were previously government functions, such as prisons, you see a real loss of accountability for people subject to those regimes. And without wanting to mention it too much, seeing the public responses to the pandemic and government management of it has again revealed this heightened fear people have of state suppression and this absolute sort of non-recognition of what they're doing in terms of corporate surveillance. So, for example, oh no way am I going to have a government app to say where I am, but sure, I'm going to buy the iPhone and I'm going to put location services on.
Absolutely. It seems that in terms of the surveillance state that we're in, everything with that relationship between state and corporate, they seem to have us surveilled in every possible way. And Angus made some interesting points about that yesterday in a talk, that, the attitudes in Europe and America are again different here. So they may be more afraid of state, another one more afraid of corporate. In Australia, we seem to be quite lackadaisical about both. But this sort of lends me to move to Elliot. So what we're going to talk a little bit here is, Elliot, what do you think? Can there be a balance between privacy and commercial interests?
Yeah, thanks, Rita. And I very much agree with the sentiments that everyone's had here. I think it is incredibly difficult to draw the line and see where the surveillance state interacts with the commercial imperatives of organisations. I mean, we're seeing entire empires being built on the idea of collecting information and data from people in completely unprecedented ways that, there's no historical basis for. And then we're now trying to unwind the clock. And I think the concept that we can't do anything and that this is all new just simply isn't acceptable. I think you're perfectly entitled to come up with new ways and regulations and rules to combat new problems. But because it is new and because it is so recent and so urgent, it does make it very difficult. And I've had a bit of experience over the last few years of acting on both sides of this. So I've done some work on the policy side, looking at things like the Richardson Review of Intelligence and everything, where they looked at warrants and technology and everything. And then I've also done a bit of work more recently on implementing some of the countermeasures, particularly in the Identify and Disrupt bill. And it is just absolutely ridiculous, the expectations placed on private organisations and commercial entities, the expectations placed on them as a result of these bills and the implementation issues. As difficult as it is, as we said, to find the 0 days and the short half-life, to build something in, make that secure, and as a commercial entity to be comfortable with that is basically impossible. So I think the commercial imperative of the organisations in terms of the data they collect is incredibly difficult and needs to be cut down on. But then at the same time, they have the government coming in and saying, oh no, but keep it there because we want to collect the data, but we don't want you to collect the data. And it's a very strange dichotomy that I really don't understand. And I think that's the key issue with a lot of this.
I think that's a really, really good point, Elliot. And just to wrap that in, I think there's an interesting interplay, as you said, between the individual, the corporation and the government. If you map through each of the major surveillance legislation reforms over the last 6 years, which are probably most easily pointed to the legislation that's passed, the mandatory metadata retention, the assistance and access legislation, and now the Identify and Disrupt legislation, each have a common theme, and that is divesting control and responsibility or outsourcing the technological problem to the corporation and using the systems the corporation has built by trust, built by convenience, or built by some other form of interaction with society to the benefit of the government. It's an interesting dichotomy because it effectively puts the government in the shadows and the corporation in the front of the picture. I think that there's a number of very serious consequences that flow from that. And I think it's often easy to talk about dystopic worlds and all the problems that can come with legislation in a esoteric sense, but in a more tangible sense, I see the problem being a fundamental reshaping of the way that we organise ourselves as individuals into a collective. And by that I mean the ability for us to trust each other, to trust technology, to trust government is unsettled. The more of the divide that's created between each of those 3 points, it also starts to erode the reason why we have governance structures. So if, for example, I use a telecommunications provider to access a service to talk to people about this issue, I'm engaging multiple stakeholders, some of whom I might be aware of, some of whom I might not be aware of, and some government actions that are heavily shrouded behind secrecy obligations and very, very serious criminal offences. So, for example, the government can require in this recent assistance and identify and disrupt legislation that a person provides assistance to government to implement either an account takeover, a data disruption warrant, or a network activity warrant. The punishment for failing to comply with that or revealing that assistance is 10 years in prison. So not only is there a very strong commercial benefit for a company to continue to assist government in the sense that their profit margins are affected by their inability to operate and regulation by government, their directors are affected by potential criminal sanction, and there's no harm to them in a profit sense for providing that assistance, yet there is a byproduct of harm to the users of that system. That's really the concern I think we've got to grapple with. And I think the point where this becomes real is not so much, are we in a mass surveillance state? Because I think we've reached that point. I think that's a part of the conversation that we can take for, we can accept that law allows that kind of arrangement to come into place, or if that's wrong, at least the technology allows that to come into place. I think the point that we really get to is this the way we want to operate as human beings within a system into the future? And even if there isn't abuses at the moment in the way that this legislation is applied or developed, it opens the gate for an abuse to be created. And that could be direct or indirect. It could be direct in the sense that it allows government to monitor activities of citizens without citizens knowing and have a consequence on that citizen's life. It allows honeypots to happen where people can be entrapped into situations. And there are examples in the United States with Operation Playpen, which effectively took over accounts and incited people into child exploitation material traps, and with people being prosecuted after entrapment. And it also puts a situation where the way in which we interact is never going to be truly free if we accept the norm that someone can be watching something we're doing, whether that's in the life or the physical domain, or increasingly more so in the digital domain. And I don't think that the expectation around the establishment of the internet and the dissemination of the internet was to create that kind of surveyed environment. As I understand, or at least as I'd like to appreciate, the purpose of the internet is the conjunction between interconnected and network. It's to bring people together, not to separate people out and have oversight and control the way that people interact. And I think this panel has done a really good job of taking an approach for this from a real sense of this is an issue with Pegasus, privately developed tools deployed by government that directly impacts activists, people attempting to reveal the rot that can set in big corporations or government, and the reality of the situation, which is we've run down this path without really stopping. And rather than launching ourselves further and further down a neoliberalistic approach that we have no rights framework to check this, it's convenient to someone and it was done yesterday, so why not do it tomorrow, is a really dangerous place for us to come to in Australia, particularly in the absence of that human rights framework that I mentioned before. Absolutely, Angus. I think that's what we need to understand is what everyone has been saying here is that we're there now. And surveillance is everywhere in terms of government and private, as in the chat, Justin Warren says governments have outsourced a lot of core functions to corporations. So where to now? We know that in terms of where we stand, particularly people involved in NetThing and with the awareness of privacy and security, that we want something that is much more friendly for us to be human beings and to live and to connect. So we're just going to go through to the panelists. We're going to start with Manal. Solutions, where to now?
Yeah, all I want to say, we should not approach this issue with hopelessness or powerlessness. We shouldn't. People have the power. They want you to believe you don't have the power. They want you to feel helpless and hopeless, and we shouldn't. We have the power to boycott any privacy invasive tech. I'm off all social media. I'm off Facebook. I'm off Instagram. I'm off Twitter, because it's really, really intrusive technology. And I think people have the power to delete their accounts today until they change their business models and behavior. You do have that power. There's a good book called 10 Arguments for Deleting Your Social Media Accounts. And he says that deleting your social media accounts, it just put the pressure on those companies from all these abusive practices of collecting and surveilling us for profit. That's number one, I'd say. Then the second thing is your phone. We are moving, there is a movement now to move away completely from Google. You can use VPN. When you use VPN, all your communication is encrypted, so they will see gibberish. Everyone should invest in a quality VPN. Nor in the VPN, don't share your data with the Five Eyes. You can invest money in that. Use private search engine. There are a lot of private search engines out there. Use one of them. Stay away from Google. That logs everything about you. Use private browser. I use Brave. It's Chrome, if you like Chrome. There are so many private browsers out there. They don't collect and track you everywhere. Use a private browser. I think these small steps that we can do are very important. Your phone is the biggest tracking device that you carry around with you. If you really care about your privacy, move away from Google phones. Google phones, even when you tell it, don't track me, they still track you. Unfortunately, even now with Apple, they're moving to the client-side scanning. And I'm like, I pay so much money for Apple to keep my privacy, and now they're invading my privacy. So now there is a move to move away from this tech. We shouldn't give them power over us. There are small things that we can do, and it will change how those companies deal with us. Unfortunately, regulators failed us, and I can see very clear there is a common interest between regulators and big tech. Today, tech can have patents to identify your moods and emotions, and can manipulate you based on your emotions and moods. We shouldn't give them this power. They're using it now to sell you something, but someone else will use it tomorrow to make you vote for someone or change your idea. Look at the anti-vax today in Australia because of how they manipulate people. I think it's important to start with the awareness. Technologists need to talk in a simple language to people. We started a podcast called Tech for Evil, and we explain in very plain English all the abuses and all the hidden world of big tech, especially the surveillance part. And we give ways to fight back. We want people to feel empowered. So if you want to listen to the podcast, please do. We're starting Ethical Tech Index. Yeah. Hopefully we can measure technology based on their ethics and then ask people to boycott people who are unethical, like Facebook and TikTok.
Absolutely, Janelle. I think they're great, great solutions forward. And again, we're putting the power back into our own hands here. So we're actually running out of time now. Brian, solutions moving forward.
Thank you. My biggest hope is with nonviolent action, otherwise known as resistance or people power. It's been brought down all sorts of dictatorships. It's used by social movements around the world. And I think what's needed is people in the IT area to think about using those methods to challenge surveillance and control. Not easy, but I'll send around a link which has some resources that can be used in that direction. I think there's a lot more to be learned, but I think there's been enormous progress over the past few decades. And so that's my biggest hope for the future.
Thank you, Brian. Aidan, what are your thoughts on moving forward? Do you want to unmute yourself?
Yes, there you go. Yeah, certainly agree with Brian in terms of, the importance of non-violence, because, it really does enable you to sort of organise, build support in your community. And whilst it won't necessarily protect you from this kind of thing, you know, it does protect you from the government's sort of crowning justifications for their suppression and so on, you know. So I think that's very important, and certainly that was one of the things, you know, again, just getting back to the Bentley blockade, which was, you know, a very large community blockade against the fossil fuel industry. We had very good relations with the police, and one of our attitudes was, look, we know the police will be surveilling us, so we're going to behave as though they are. And it was in that context that the knowledge that we were being non-violent was, you know, of great importance to us, because we knew that, well, even if they can see everything we're doing, you know, there's nothing that we're doing on that level. Of course, that's not going to protect you from, you know, fabricated facts, which is one of the problems we're starting to worry about with the Identify and Disrupt bill. But certainly, you know, I certainly endorse that one. The other one I'd suggest is to keep working in the life world as much as we possibly can, because people, human beings and nature inhabit the life world, and it's the life world we're needing to protect and save at the moment. I tend to think that, you know, there's another big problem occurring for humanity, which is a disconnection from the life world and a belief, living in a virtual world. So I think, you know, along with that non-violence, the networking with real people inside your communities. You know, when I was drawing recently a bit of a circle chart about political alignments, really, and I really sort of see not state-based, sorry, I'll just start again, drawing things diametrically across a circle, and I really believe that communitarian democratic action sits in a complete diameter from the corporate state. Sometimes with our politics, we think we're going to be the ones in power making the legislation. That's rarely the case. But where we're active in our communities, in our life world communities, and committed to non-violence, I think that is the place where we can be most powerful from. And like I sort of said in the beginning, there's certain spaces where we can be interacting so much in the life world that we can put our phones aside, we can put those sort of communications aside and get back to some old-fashioned neighbourly conversations. I know that only really works at the local level, so I'm not suggesting it's a massive solution, but it's certainly a focus. Getting back into our communities and dealing with real people in a real environment is one way. I'm not saying it's the whole thing.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's nice to connect back in with community and people, and actually in that presence. Elliot, solutions moving forward.
Sure. Yeah, I agree absolutely with the individual points. I think certainly switching to, as yourself, an encrypted messenger, you know, VPNs and everything is all, you know, reducing your data footprint. But I think also the importance of engaging on multiple levels with the policy issues. So whether that be you know, on behalf of your organisation, engaging in the consultation at the department level, but then even making sure your MP or representative knows what's actually being put in these laws. A lot of the time I found that they have no idea that this is what the impact is. So it's very much keeping people involved and trying to raise the level of awareness in the community is where I'd encourage people to contribute.
Absolutely. Thank you, Elliot. Well, Angus, there's a lot, isn't there, here? Obviously, EFA, we do a lot of policy work, and we're sort of working at that digital rights level, efa.org.au. Angus, would you like to just do a little wrap? I think we've just got a couple of minutes.
I agree with what everyone said about the communitarian approach to this, particularly when it's peaceful and non-violent. At the end of the day, the government is only as good as the people that are willing to adhere to what the government does and says. And the corporation can only continue to operate so long as it has users or the ability to derive profit from people. If something looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, looks like a duck, call it a duck. If something isn't working, call it out is the suggestion I'd have. I don't think that there's an issue with approaching a top-down problem from bottom up. And by that I mean, if government isn't doing it appropriately, the response has to come from local and speaking with people. And the connecting thing with everything we're talking about here is human beings. I agree also particularly with Elliot as the call to action as being aware of what government's actually doing. I was a co-author on behalf of a number of organisations into a submission to the Identify and Disrupt legislation. The legislation as it exists now in an Act form only adopted a select number, about a third of the 34 recommendations the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security had suggested occur. Being aware through the whole process of legislation doesn't require reading legislation. It doesn't require having to delve into extremely complicated provisions that are deliberately drafted in a way that's confusing. It just means being involved, or at least aware of, the work that's being done by people who are interested about this. I'm happily in that space, and I have the great fortune of there being a number of people in this panel and a number of people that have spoken throughout NetThing that are extremely focused in that space. If there's something you're using social media for, use it to inform yourself of people who are consistently doing something and are reviewed by other people, so you have some scope of where the information is coming from, and take it out on politicians and take it out on corporations. The duck needs to be called a duck, and we need to expect more in Australia for our rights and for our future. Thank you everyone for the panel and the excellent discussion, and thank you to the organisers of NetThing. This is a great forum, and it's incredibly important that the community is able to have conversations like this and people's views are able to be expressed in something like this. May the government take an example from what this conference has been, because I think this is more productive than most of what you see in question time. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Angus, for co-presenting this panel with us today. Manel, Brian, Elliot, Aidan, it's been absolutely wonderful to have you on. Of course, these panels are never long enough. I just want to say that we can move forward, as we've all said here, really positively, really peaceably, in a community-focused, non-violent action. And all we really need to do is get involved, let people know. NetThing, the videos will be online, so it's a really good way to just get people to sort of introduce to this conversation so that we can all start engaging in this, which I think is really, really important. And of course, check out Electronic Frontiers Australia, efa.org.au. We're doing a lot of work in the arena, and we're always looking for new members and more support. So please get involved. And again, thank you very much to NetThing, to the steering committee for the work that's been done, to all the sponsors. I particularly like to thank Bronwyn. You've done a fabulous job putting this all together. So, so well done. And with that, we will say thank you to everybody for joining us on this panel today.
Thank you so much, Rita. That was a fantastic session. And as a security professional myself, I certainly related with a lot of the points that were raised around security and data use. So I got some great tips from all of you, and thank you for sharing your insights. So we have come to the end of our two-day program for NetThing 2021. And I really hope that you all got as much out of it as I did. And we've had some great sessions on a diverse range of topics and some really thought-provoking perspectives that were shared by different panelists. So just to wrap up the program for this year, I'd like to say a few thanks to all the people who are involved in making NetThing a success. In particular, my first thanks goes out to all the session coordinators and speakers. Thanks to everyone who submitted sessions through our call for proposals process. This is actually the first year we ran a call for proposals. Previously, a lot of our sessions were just coordinated by our steering committee and, you know, using our networks to try and find people. But this year, we had a lot of community facilitated sessions, and I'm really delighted to be able to have, I guess, a broader network and a broader representation of Australia than just, you know, the limited connections that we have within our steering committee. So thank you all to everyone who submitted call for proposals, and I'm really hoping that we'll have the same process open next year for all of you. Please come back again, and please do submit your proposals so that we can hear your voices and continue to engage and have representation across Australian society. The next group I'd love to thank is our steering committee members who have volunteered their time throughout 2021 to make NetThing a success. Thank you for all your work behind the scenes. In particular, I'd like to thank Angela Maguire and Michaela for their work as event organizers, doing a lot of the logistics, so managing our email, our website, our Twitter, all of the things that you see publicly out there on the internet representing NetThing. They have come in and basically revamped all of our digital estate. So thank you for the huge impact that you've made in improving NetThing's footprint online. Next, I'd like to thank our sponsors for your financial and in-kind support, for making NetThing a success, and also for helping us to be able to provide financial support to a lot of our speakers, especially speakers from underrepresented communities who might not otherwise be able to take time out of their daily lives to be able to come and share their perspectives as part of NetThing. So thank you to our sponsors for all of the different various types of support that you have provided, and thanks to especially to those diversity sponsors who have enabled that diverse representation. Next, I'd like to thank our Zoom operators and moderators. Thanks to Brad and Cheryl for continuing to promote our speakers on time, to manage our tech issues, and also for moderating our chat. You probably will have seen some of their work behind the scenes to make NetThing run seamlessly. So thank you so much to both of you. And so last but certainly not least, I'd love to thank our Auslan interpreters and transcribers for their work in making NetThing more accessible for everyone. So we did want to make sure that absolutely anyone across Australia is able to participate in NetThing regardless of any accessibility requirements that they might have. So we're basically to the end of the program, but we do have a social room which was open on the side of some of our sessions throughout the day, and our social room will remain open for a little while longer. If you'd like to drop in and chat with anyone just informally, I'll ask maybe Cheryl or one of the other committee members to drop the link to the social room in the chat on the side of the webinar, and you can hop in. It'll be not a webinar mode session, it will be like a regular Zoom meeting, and you can just turn on your video and just chat with people. So that will be available for slightly longer if you'd like to network, similar to like a regular conference where you chat with people. But apart from that, that's all I wanted to cover, and I look forward to seeing you again at next year's event, maybe in person, who knows. But let's keep the conversation going on social media in the meantime. And to close off, I'd like to wish you all a really good weekend. Thank you all.